believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. Person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Welcome, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party and our Freedom Friday show. Yeah, we're kind of edging our way toward Christmas. In a week and a half, we'll be there. We had a pretty bad day on the Dow Jones. It was really, really tragic. Yeah, I'm not an investor, but those that do invest, they're watching major losses before their very eyes. People with 401ks are having problems. It was a big dive right out of the chute there, and then up, and then down. 496 point drop. 2% of the Dow Jones has dropped today. Black Friday again. We're seeing correction after correction due to the simple fact that our economy has been inflated, and so has the world economy. And that's what makes us buoyant, believe it or not. Yeah, the entire global economy is slowly contracting, but we're doing very well in lieu of that. So I think we have to always look at things in perspective. We never expected the profit grabbing that went on over the past 10 years to be anything other than just a big, huge pretend session where our government bailed out too big to fail companies, wasting hundreds of billions of dollars, adding to the debt, so that yet again a money grab occurred. Instead of fixing the core elements of our economy and the systemic flaws in our economy, we just kept adding money to the problem. That was the two-party system solution. That's why we need a third party to orchestrate a brand new resurgence of American production, green energy, clean technologies, things that other countries are going to want to demand and want to have. So the national debt is kind of a fictitious number because, frankly, we're just borrowing money from equity we already have in store for us. The World Bank is holding on to over $40 trillion of our money. Now, Ron Paul brought up the End the Fed movement, wrote a book about it, and I agree with Ron Paul. We do need to end the Fed. What we have to get our money back from the World Bank, and they're the only connection we have to the Fed, is the Fed. The Fed is our liaison with the World Bank, so We have to work out that solution before we build a separate infrastructure bank that could finance the growth of this nation. Now, as we've been looking at our current leadership, which is spending money recklessly, out of control, Democrats especially, Donald Trump especially, they're wasting huge amounts of money. In my state, they've overspent $80 billion in 10 years. In California, it's $450 billion. It's just the numbers keep getting bigger and bigger. And the Democrats don't know how to cut spending because they keep saying yes to their backers that give them $500 or $5,000 for re-election. So there's this little money trough going on with all the Democrats and Republicans getting reelected, doing favors for big contractors who get billions of dollars on a mere pittance of millions that they give to these campaigns. That's what's been happening. Payback for campaign funding has been going on. Even Donald Trump got money, a huge amount of money from the NRA. Remember that $30 million donation? It was crazy. $30 million donation he got. Turns out the NRA was being courted by a Russian spy named Maria Butina, who's now cutting a plea agreement to talk about how she influenced the NRA. So it could turn out that the NRA financed Donald Trump's rise to power with Russian money. We don't know. So that's going to be a real indictment. The NRA has made no statements about that whatsoever. Yeah. Okay, here we go. I'm going to take a look at the Trump Christmas. Let's hope it's good. I don't know. I've yet to see this.
Love Christmas. Merry Christmas.
Okay, this is a little too mindless for now, but it kind of adds to the fun of the show, I must admit. Let's go to the news. Trump has named Mulvaney acting chief of staff. Mike Mulvaney will be acting chief of staff. Nobody would take the job. Even Chris Christie turned him down. Chris Christie declined White House chief of staff role, which is really unusual considering Donald Trump, you'd think would be getting all kinds of support from Chris Christie, but he turned Chris Christie down a long time ago when Jared Kushner told him he didn't want him on the staff. Jared Kushner's father was prosecuted by Chris Christie. So anyway, Chris Christie turned him down. So Mike Mulvaney is going to be the acting chief of staff. It's kind of strange because normally you'd have an appointment, but Donald Trump just needs a fill-in. He just needs somebody to do the job right now. So he could be a spy. Yeah, Mulvaney. Good question, Sniper. I wonder if Mike Mulvaney has any Irish-British roots there. We'll have to look into that. Thanks for your paranoia. It's always good to have paranoia in our room. Keeps us honest. Tom, you cannot attack people in the show. Thank you. All right, so Mueller rejects Flynn's attempt to portray himself as a victim of the FBI. Robert Mueller is pissed at Michael Flynn. Michael Flynn got off light. Mueller said he wasn't going to prosecute him. So he's now got a license to start mouthing off about Mueller. And it's interesting now Robert Mueller is really pissed. So we'll see what he's
And welcome to the lead. I'm Jake Tapper. We begin with breaking news. A brand new court filing just released. Special counsel Robert Mueller's team slamming former Trump National Security Advisor Michael Flynn for lying to the FBI about his conversations with the Russian ambassador and the suggestion from Flynn's lawyers that Flynn only lied because he was caught off guard when two FBI agents approached him. The special counsel laying out in the sentencing memo response, quote, a sitting national security advisor, former head of an intelligence agency, retired lieutenant general and 33-year veteran of the armed forces, knows he should not lie to federal agents. He does not need to be warned. It is a crime to lie to federal agents, to know the importance of telling them the truth.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry, but if Mueller cannot find some specific crime that Mike Flynn did, because he had full access to our top secrets for 24 days as National Security Advisor. Trump chose him, even though Sally Yates, the acting attorney general, said that Michael Flynn was working for the Russians. So if Mueller could verify that Flynn actually violated our state secrets, Then you'd have a new charge of espionage, and you could lay that on him, Mueller. If you're really pissed at Michael Flynn, you better get some dirt that sticks. Otherwise, you're just, talking off out of the wherever you are. Michael Flynn, Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, at this point is walking scot-free because Mueller. And Mueller's pissed. All right. Everybody's in here. We got Mad Dog and Jessica hanging out in our show. You're having your dinner, watching the show, doing stuff. We've got a live co-hosting going on. That's pretty... Oh, pork strips. Yeah, I heard those are actually part of the South Beach diet or the Atkins diet, believe it or not. Mildly seasoned with red pepper. Those look really good. Yeah, low carbs. Yeah, it's an amazing thing. Pork rinds are actually good diet food. Who'd ever guess? Okay, thanks everybody for coming in. ATP Bot has something. Okay, I'll look at that later. Okay, welcome to the show, everybody. We've got non-stop entertainment here. Just looking at the news on a daily basis. Okay, SarahAcarter.com has a statement that they have some dirt on Hillary Clinton. According to this site, Clinton whistleblowers, there was a public hearing to reveal explosive information. Yet none of this has come out. I'm not really sure if this is just the alt-right saying they're going to prosecute Hillary, but a trove of documents on the Clinton Foundation alleging possible pay-for-play and tax evasion have been turned over to the FBI and IRS by several investigative whistleblowers who will be testifying in an open hearing. And it was happening yesterday, so I'm wondering what's going on. We'll have to take a look at that later, keeping that in mind. Oh yeah, we were profiling some Israeli anti-tank weapons, but that's not really relevant to our show right now. And, this story. Natural News has reported that New Jersey State Police are going to launch a Nazi-style door-to-door gun magazine confiscation campaign at gunpoint. New Jersey declares war on its own residents. I find this incredibly hard to believe this would be happening in our country. It violates posse comitatus. Really unreal. A New Jersey law that makes it a felony to possess a gun magazine capable of holding over 10 rounds of ammunition is now active. This wildly unconstitutional law instantly criminalizes hundreds of thousands of New Jersey citizens who legally acquired normal capacity firearm magazines, which include 17-round pistol magazines and 30-round rifle magazines, all as tools of self-defense against the very same violent criminals that are protected by the Democrats who passed the gun magazine ban. All these new anti-gun measures by the Democrats all over the country. In our state, they had a law that was passed saying you have to keep your gun in a lockbox. Yeah. Oh, it's just unreal. See, first they pass the laws, and they have to regulate it, and then they have to send people in, and then they go door to door and knock your door down saying, we want to inspect your house for your firearms. This is a slippery slope, folks. And if you think that we're going to get any control over any gun crimes in America, just put it in perspective. A hell of a lot more people die of hospital abuse than guns. A huge number of people die every year. 250,000 people die from bad hospital activities, staph infections. Small number of people die from handgun situations. And the common tool used to kill people is not a gun. Believe it or not, it's a hammer. It's the most dangerous. Blunt force trauma is the most likely source of death in America. No, I'm allowing people in here. It's okay. Okay, we have an update. The 7-year-old girl who died at the border did not receive medical care for 90 minutes. Remember yesterday we talked about this little girl that was caught in the zero tolerance plan that Trump has put forward, like the 2,400 kids that are missing right now that Trump doesn't seem to care about. This 7-year-old girl who died at the border did not receive medical care for 90 minutes. The death of Jacqueline Kahl raises questions about the Border Patrol's procedures and the Trump administration's policy of delaying migrants at legal ports of entry. So, pathetic. This little girl lost her life because of Donald Trump. They need medical personnel. They need food. People at the border, you may say, are here illegally. I get that. They're here because they're desperate. And if you have an ounce of empathy, you'd understand that. We shouldn't just open the border for them, though. And that's why I'm the proponent of the 1,000-mile fence. I believe that would help quite a bit. Donald called it a wall, and now he's calling his wall a fence. Or at least experts are saying it's a fence. Trump's wall is a slat. It's ridiculous. It's like a... yeah, they had all these options to choose from. Every one of these was a solid wall, right? So who gets the contract? None other than the slat people. These people get the contract. Now, what they're doing, I'll draw you a picture to give you an idea of what they're doing. Most of these areas have rocks in the ground. And all you have to do is jam a rock here, jam a rock there, jam a rock here, jam a rock there, jam a rock here, jam a rock. You get the drift. You can literally create a ladder jamming rocks in between these slats. Jam a rock everywhere. Yeah. Old MacDonald had a farm. E-I-E-I. Okay, we're going to go ahead and drop out of here. I don't want to give you guys any ideas how to scale the ridiculous fence he built. Did Dave see those poles? Yeah, there you go. See the poles? You can climb up the poles too. If that's not enough for you. They have cameras on them, yeah. It's the wall for Humpty Dumpty, yeah. Yeah, well, as soon as they cross the border, they are subject to our jurisdiction. That's why Trump's demands that he's going to somehow declare that we don't have to take care of the border people is absurd. The 14th Amendment specifies our purpose here. Once they enter our country, they are under and subject to our jurisdiction. Unless Trump wants to erase the border, then they are not subject to our jurisdiction. If Trump decides that I'm going to make the border between Mexico and America irrelevant, we're going to abolish the border, then we would have no jurisdiction over anyone that enters the country illegally. Nor would they be a citizen because we wouldn't have a border. That's exactly what the New World Order wants. They want an open, like a North American Union with no borders at all, so that everyone runs rampant into each other's countries and destroys each other's services. Like in England right now. In England, you can barely find anyone that you knew once before. They're simply gone. Their houses are occupied by Muslims. Read my lips. I'm not dead. Hi, how are you? Would that be great if George H.W. Bush faked his death and he comes out with like a new face job and, you know, looking good? Read my lips. A new world order. I sounded like Richard Nixon. This is Nixon. You've got to get your presidents right, my fellow Americans. I am not a crook. Whereas Ronald Reagan sounds like this. Well, I'm sure Don Regan knows exactly what you're talking about. He's my chief of staff, you know. Don, tell them about the jelly bean story. Yeah. George H.W. was his vice president, and he said, read my lips, no new taxes. Okay, we've got a question here about Khashoggi. Okay. One of Khashoggi killers said, I know how to cut on audio. Erdogan says. Problem with that, no one's heard the audio clip. No one's seen pictures that are credible of Khashoggi being killed. One of the killers of the Saudi Arabian journalist, Jamal Khashoggi, is speaking out. Let's take a look. I know how to cut on audio. Okay, that's not enough. Erdogan's the only one who heard the audio. Erdogan also slammed Riyadh for its changing account of how the Washington Post columnist and critic of Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman was murdered at the Saudi consulate. So the Washington Post changed the accounting. Again, this whole story kind of originated with Turkey and the fact that their Istanbul Saudi embassy was wiretapped. Yet no one's heard the audio tape. So who's kidding who? No one is. Have any of you heard Khashoggi going, no, don't cut my arm off? And then the sound of the buzzsaw going, zzz, and then him screaming, ah! No one has heard that. So who's kidding who? What's the CIA doing if they have no solid evidence? Why are they trying to violate our relationship with Saudi Arabia? I'm with Trump on this one. NYEMT says, David, is this show being censored by Mark? Yes, Mark keeps 350 million VPNs out of our show. Yep, 300 million VPN IPs out of the show. That means a lot of people trying to get in here can't. I did not see Trump kissing the Crown Prince's feet. I got to see that. Dano, if you got a link to that, I would love to see him kissing his feet. That's hilarious. Judge rules that Obamacare is unconstitutional, endangering coverage for 20 million people. Now, we've talked about the dangers of pushing bad healthcare policies that Obama did over the years and how Obamacare is really a disaster, costing an extra $350 billion a year. But a federal judge in Texas late Friday threw the health coverage of some 20 million in limbo by ruling Obamacare must be scrapped because Congress struck the penalty for failing to obtain insurance coverage. Oh, okay. The invalidation of the landmark 2010 law is certain to send shockwaves through U.S. health. Yeah, so striking the penalty for not having Obamacare rules it invalid, according to this federal judge. Very interesting. Well, good for him. Yeah, or her, depending. You go, girl. And now it spreads. Israel.
תראה מה קרה שם. פה, כל שני וחמישי יש גזרות חדשות. ועכשיו בראשון לראשון מעלים לנו את יוקר המחיה יעלה, אבל חברי הכנסת הצביעו והעלו לעצמם את
Bonjour, I don't speak French, so she's saying something. The Israel, according to Israel, arrests made as Yellow Vest protests condemned high living costs. And why is this an Israeli person? Because I want to know the component here. Is Israel pushing the Yellow Jacket movement? That's what a lot of people are saying. That somehow they are Mossad. That's Hebrew? Thank you. Well, I wouldn't know the difference. Thank you. I don't speak Hebrew or French, but merci. Oy vey. Pro-Brexit Yellow Vest protesters storm Westminster and Tower Bridge as Theresa May's shambolic deal collapses. Wow. And here I thought she had a vote of confidence now. It looks like Macron and Theresa May may be on their way out. Yeah, look at this. Jessica, you're not banned. You're here. Very cute. That's your Christmas party pic? Wow. The demonstrators who wore yellow vests like those who last week brought France to a standstill have caused traffic chaos in the area. Okay, traffic chaos. Beep, beep. Beep, 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 beep. Wow, this sounds like Roadrunner. Beep, 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 beep. You want to be unbanned? Okay, I'll unban you. Beep, 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 beep. Traffic chaos. Okay, let me unban a certain person here. Okay, there you go. Ending Obamacare so abruptly would bankrupt many insurance companies, hospitals, medical, and cause unrest that would guarantee economic collapse across the board, making the already great large depression even larger. Well, the thing is, there's a lot of money grabbing going on by the insurance companies, and we could easily roll back the rates for health care back to 2007 and declare Obamacare unconstitutional. But I don't think the democratically led House is going to do that, considering they think that somehow health care is our highest concern after they screwed up with Obamacare. You see, people with pre-existing health care conditions are still getting turned away, but they're being told they can find another insurance company, and then that other insurance company gouges them. There was no provisions in the Obamacare plan to stop the gouging of people with pre-existing conditions. Plus, some states are not even honoring that one big gain Obamacare had. It's all a joke. Okay, Mike Mulvaney will serve as acting chief of staff. We don't know a lot about him. Okay. But we'll find out. Just showing you that terrible fence. Wow. Okay, let's take a look. At least look at his face. Mike Mulvaney. Is he a U.S. citizen? Is he an immigrant from Ireland? What's going on? He was his former budget director. So considering Donald Trump's budget has been $500 billion over budget for the past 6 months, he'll be a heck of a chief of staff. I mean, this guy is a bumbling imbecile for allowing the budget to be that screwed up. How is he going to be a good chief of staff, Donald? Give me a break. Oh, I can't say that. John Stossel owns the trademark to that. Sorry, John. I did unban him. President Donald Trump named Office of Management and Budget Director Mike Mulvaney as acting White House Chief of Staff after Chris Christie turned down the job. I am pleased to announce that Mike Mulvaney, the Director of the Office of Management and Budget, will be named acting White House Chief of Staff, replacing General John Kelly, who has served our country with distinction. Mike has done an outstanding job while in the administration. And he goes on to talk. Oh, God. Well, good luck with that. If he handles the office of the president as poorly as he handled the budget, then we'll have a chaos in the White House. Oh, at the beginning of the Israeli video, we're supposed to see they have cute female cops. Okay, so here is an Israeli speaking out in the middle of the yellow protests. So this is proof that I was saying Israel's behind yellow vest uprising in France.
משכורות ב-5,000 שקל לחודש. זה נשמע לך הגיוני?
Oh, they're very attractive women, yeah. Are these models? I think they're models. Isn't this like a staged event? Is this kind of like a crisis event they're staging in France? Are these crisis actors? There are no real revolutions anymore. It's all financed by George Soros. The George Soros crisis acting consortium. But I unbanned you. I will try to unban you again. One moment, please. / unban, mad dog. All right. Give it a shot, man. There you go. Reuters. Johnson & Johnson knew for decades that asbestos lurked in its baby powder. Are you serious? Thank goodness I didn't use baby powder all these years. Yeah, it's a mainstay in our American families, Johnson & Johnson baby powder. Women tend to use it unwittingly, facing thousands of lawsuits alleging that its talc caused cancer. J&J, Johnson & Johnson, insists on the safety and purity of its iconic product, but internal documents examined by Reuters show that the company's powder was sometimes tainted with carcinogenic asbestos, and that J&J kept the information from regulators and the public. Wow. Darlene Coker knew she was dying. She just wanted to know why. She knew that her cancer, mesothelioma, arose in the delicate membrane surrounding her lungs and other organs. She knew it was as rare as it was deadly, a signature of exposure to asbestos. And she knew it afflicted mostly men who inhaled asbestos dust in mines and industries such as shipbuilding that used carcinogens before its risks were understood. Coker, 52 years old, had raised 2 daughters and was running a massage school in Lumberton, a small town in eastern Texas. How had she been exposed to asbestos? She wanted answers. Apparently using baby talcum powder with her infant children sprinkling on herself all her life led to the mesothelioma. There's no warning on the outside saying avoid breathing mesothelioma. It's poisonous. Wow. Sorry to hear that. A priest from hell violently baptizes a screaming baby girl while shouting, "Satan sits inside of you"? Okay. I don't think we should watch that. Yeah, that's just too weird. Yeah. NRT, okay. There we go. Oh, you got something. Look at this pic. Okay, I'll take a look at that other pic. Let me look at this pic first. A patient cured is a customer lost. Good point. Yeah, and every doctor knows that you don't want to, first day at med school, you don't want to actually cure the patient because then they won't be a patient anymore. Good point, Scissor Fight. And Deneau has something. I don't know what to make of that. Yeah, I'm having a hard time understanding the picture. So let's not talk about it. It also is very denigrating of Crown Prince MBS. Yeah. You like car races, huh? Okay. Some people are having problems with the... I think we're getting too stressed out. I won't click that, yeah. Thank you. This will help. Ah, the comfort of cowbell. It's a very calming influence in our life. Thank you. Tom, try not to, be too aggressive here. Yeah. People just want to hang out and have a good time. Yeah, this chat room is full of Trump supporters who are racist and hateful. In case you didn't know, the Trump supporters don't have a daily show to watch, and since Trump stole 20 of my ideas, they somehow think Trump is me. New York EMT says college in the 80s, it was like $5,000 a year for a major university. Yeah, I know. It went up fast. It went up very fast. Okay, we have another case of a woman who made violent sex abuse videos with baby daughters to send online to boyfriend is caged for 55 years. Thank you. A 30-year-old Tulsa, Oklahoma woman was jailed after her daughter's father found the disturbing footage on her smartphone. Thank goodness. Now I'm going to take you to something very disturbing. Being this is Freedom Friday, we talk about brutality. A jury awards $6.5 million to a Kansas City man nearly killed in a taser incident. Federal court and jury in Kansas City has awarded $6.5 million to a man who endured a near-fatal encounter with an Independence police officer in 2014. The jury returned its verdict, $6.5 million, after a week-long trial in the lawsuit brought by Bryce Masters against the former officer Timothy Rennells. He got $6.5 million for this. Well, let's be clear. No, we're waiting. One of these things that just, if you don't click it right away, it disappears. All right. Following his graphics, so hold your hand over your eye in case you're looking at this. Apparently there's no audio here, but it is obvious he's trying to pull the guy out of the car for some reason. Now he's going to tase the guy. He's got him down on the ground. He's going to tase him again. Unreal. Nearly killed a young guy. It's unbelievable. Reckless use of tasers. You know, ever since tasers came out in the past 20 years, 1,000 people have died from these things. I don't think they're safe. I really don't. He's treating them like, you know, probably had severe myocardial infarction due to the taser. Look at this. And just dumps them there like an animal. What a pile of vile crap that man is. I'm certainly thinking at this point that any cop engaged in this level of brutality should be immediately fired from the police force. Yeah, it is. Trump set the precedent for police brutality in America. The Stanford prison experiment shows that this is how people act when they're given this level kind of power. Thanks, Misanthropy. Well, this is a tragic case of brutality that goes on every day in America. On average, 3 people a day die by cop in America. Nobody dies by cop in England. Hardly ever. Over a 20-year period, like 48 people have died in England by cop. In America, 1,200 people die by cop every year, on average. Most of them are unarmed, not even with a pocket knife. So if this isn't a problem, I don't know what is. This is the biggest problem facing America, really, is this police brutality, and it's a reason why we have racial strife, left and right. The power is not really the issue, the validation of their violence. Stanford illustrated those ordered to do the horrific would do so. You should not run from cops because you'll get killed. They'll shoot you in the back. Right. They don't serve and protect anymore. Yeah. In fact, I can't think of one instance where cops are actually preventing crime. I'm having a hard time understanding how cops prevent crime. They're just on a power trip.
No. Watch this.
Where are you guys going from here?
What was the problem? Why did you pull me over?
Why did I pull you
Yeah.
over? Because we have a lot of problem with fraud rental cars in here. And I see you guys all split when I come into the lot and the way you guys were parked. So I just want to make sure that
Is
it was
this
a
one
legit
fraud?
rental. No.
Oh, okay.
No, you're fine.
Okay. So I'm free to go, right?
Yeah, you're free to go.
Okay, thank you.
All right, where are you
Appreciate
guys
it.
heading?
I'm being detained or I'm free to go?
No, I'm asking you a question, but you can be pulled out of the car and I can search it if you really want.
How is that?
Any way I want. Doesn't mean I can use what I find, but I can do it. So you want to do that? You want to play that game, little hard ass, or you want to go back to Rick?
All I'm saying is
Don't talk shit.
I'm not-
all right?
I'm not talking
You guys
shit.
are all over there, a bunch of tatted up gangsters and everything, hanging out.
I'm
in the
not a
motel
gangster.
Yeah, but you're all tatted up. You're sitting there.
My
you can't
son's
even park-
name? My
You know
son's
what?
name?
You can't even park the damn car right. You're over there. She's all tatted and everything else. You're not even from around here. All right.
I was
so
taking
don't come here and talk
taking
shit.
a picture. How am I talking shit to you, officer?
You're talking shit. Am I being detained or what? I told you you could go, right? So go.
All right.
Get the fuck out of here.
All right.
Yeah, so
out of here.
it's best to get the heck out of there if she says go, yeah. That looked like harassment to me. Officer burnout, you're right. Okay, I'm going to let the show go over to Sarah. She's going to take over right now. I'm going to clear the slate here for some of her videos. Bing, 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 bing.
Can we get rid of that one
Yeah, I'm just going to put it in the lineup.
if you really want to?
I don't mind. Is that wind?
Wind and rain at the same time, yes.
Wow. Okay, wait.
We're expecting very big gusts from right now to 10 p.m. at night. Gale force winds are expected, so if for some reason the power goes out, you understand. It's
Yeah.
gale force winds. So if we for some reason drop off of our broadcast, that's why.
Right.
Yeah, it was like windy, high winds between like 10 a.m. and 7 p.m. tonight, and this is like 6:45, and now Dave was like, whoa, what is that? That's the gale force winds that
The gale force winds you were talking
are
about, yeah.
starting right now.
This is a, oh, we've got chat there. Okay. New Jersey is actually doing door-to-door style acquisition of any type of bullet magazines. New Jersey's going to go door-to-door to get people's bullets if they have more than one 10-round magazine in their house. Wow.
What?
Yeah.
Scrolled up, it says 10 round magazine.
Yeah, anything above a 10 round of ammunition is legal.
Oh.
Anything above it is illegal. 17 round pistol magazines. So you can only possess gun magazines capable of holding over 10 rounds is now active. So you can have anything under 10 round clips. So if you have clips in New Jersey that are 17 round or 30 round rifle, you're going to have to get 10 round clips and put all your bullets in those. Wow. All right. We don't support gun laws or gun control here. I think we got a ban coming. All right, thank you.
Yes, that's true. Yeah, well, the problem is if we don't, in certain areas, fortunately, we probably won't have a power outage, but sometimes being on the islands, there's only like a couple of main power lines onto the island. But actually, that's not the case. It's just sometimes with the trees going down or things like that, that's the problem with it. The winds hit the trees hit the power lines can have issues. But they've done a lot of cutting away from trees, and they try to keep the wind away from, or they try to keep it trimmed near the power line so it doesn't become an issue for power outages. Oh, Dr. Meow. Yeah. Okay, thanks, Hula Mula. I'll try caring for people's feelings. But it is definitely windy here. Yeah, my plants, it's okay if they're not. They don't survive. It's winter, so I don't expect too much to carry over. Sounds good. Jessica loves Jesus. You're gonna chill. Yeah, you like my outfit today? I picked this up a couple of years ago. The shirt and jacket, and I like that. So then I added these little butt pins, which are really good. They're nice little holiday pins. This one's a little present, and then this one's a wreath. I don't know if that's, little ruby and emerald and diamond, of course, costume jewelry, I think it is. I've never had it analyzed. Okay, anyway, Sarah, when you say pick this up, do you mean... No, when I say picked it up, I don't mean that. I bought it a couple of years ago. That's what I mean by picked it up. Picked it out, bought it, that's what I mean. I definitely don't mean what you're implying. Tell Jason I said hi, and I'm so glad that he's visiting you for the holiday. It's good to have family, good to have brothers around. That's a really good thing. Sounds great. You like how the green screen makes my hair look green. Yeah, in certain places because it's all frizzy. Something like that. Oh, hello, Huff Gerard. Well, I don't know if that's an old thing because I can't see the entire... Hello, Eat My... Thanks, good for you. No, I don't want to... No. Okay. You're older than you look? What? So, being around the radiation makes you live longer? Okay. How can millennials believe in Santa since none of them have a chimney and there's no app for this? It's just magic. He does it magically. Sometimes he comes in through a vent. Sometimes he comes in through the window. You never know how Santa does it. It's just magic. He's very cool. Magical Santa. You need to drink more water, Miss Anthropy. Your head hurts. Drink more water. I know you would think that would be common sense, Gerald VJ. If you want to lose weight, eat less. Thank you, Hula Mula. Yeah, I decided not to wear the jacket tonight. I decided to just go with this, which is a good... I don't like this site. It just, that David was showing, naturalnews.com. It's just another, to me, it's like a conspiracy site. I wouldn't think that. Naturalnews.com, I would think it's like about natural medicine, natural health, and things like that, but... Oh, your head hurts from the news. My head hurts from... Actually, my head doesn't really hurt too bad. The stress of the holiday season. I'm just glad I'm finally on holiday for a couple weeks. Yay. Oh my God. I'm so sorry, Miss Anthropy, that David told you all about that. My head would hurt too. That's why I prefer David doing the show, because even now if David stopped doing the show, he'd still be reading all of those things. And guess who'd he tell them all to? Me! So now he gets to tell them to you. Who's hating on who, Hula? Oh, awesome, Dirt. As long as you didn't wake up and then think it was morning, then you're okay. Who are you talking about, 404? Epic Games Store. It isn't morning? I'm on. Well, I don't know where you live, so maybe it is morning where you are. It would take, yeah, I agree with you, Misanthropy. Why would you want to create a database for all the bad things people are doing in the world anyway? Why would you want to categorize that? Why don't you spend your time focusing on the good things that people are doing in the world? That one person could accomplish in their lifetime. Yay, good job, Dirt. I appreciate that. I appreciate you. Thanks for paying your property taxes. Oh, you want to prove your point. Yeah, I don't think you need all that to prove your point. Oh. I made up what? What did I make up? Are you talking about? That was pretty funny, Roboscules, I have to say. Oh, so funny. Nope, I'm finished. For now, Misanthropy. I'm not going back till next year. Yay. Which, I was like, ready for that. It was so wild today. So wild. Actually, it was fun. We did some science, so I did get some science done. They got some math done, a little bit of math, but and they read. I said, here, I want to do something. You read. So I gave it to a kid, and they were reading to each other. Yeah, Daryl VJ, maybe you should pursue that as a profession. Why didn't you first start with working as a classified staff, like a janitor or a paraeducator, and see if you like it? Paraeducators don't only need I believe you don't need that much education, just a high school degree, and then you can work with, like, in a small group setting, and you can work in the lunchroom, you can work in the as a custodian. But custodians don't get as much time off as teachers. They work so hard, the custodians. Oh. National bird. That does look good. Thank you. Okay. How am I offering bad employment opportunities? You have to first see if you enjoy being around kids and managing that behavior, and then you could get your degree and then you could be a teacher. No, I don't agree, Mad Dog. I do not think that teachers are underworked. I definitely don't. When's the last time you were in a class of 25 or 28 8-year-olds in a room with 28 8-year-olds and all getting them to do one thing well? I haven't fortunately seen what they used recently in New York EMT, so I'm glad that's... I think that teachers, really good teachers, need the summer to recuperate from the rest of the year. Dr. Meow, what? Why not just ignore people? I have no idea who that is, Joe, so yes, David is hotter than whoever you're talking about. Yes, I agree, Dirt. No, I don't think that you need years and years of school to get a classroom under control, but I think that it's also about the education that you can provide the students, and you do need years of education to provide a good education. Only a small part of a teacher's education is about management. Very. Well, I disagree, Mad Dog. Because it's not about computers, it's about relationships, and even a teacher with all the best computers still needs to build a relationship with students. And we're teaching people to be able to communicate as well, not just be on the computer all day. Yes. Teachers do have to have a higher level of education, a lot of responsibility, constantly maintaining their skills. That's all true. The dog is taking the person's package. Thanks, Mad Dog. I think that's a problem. You think people don't communicate anymore? I will be teaching kids to communicate. I think that we'll have some things on computers, but I don't think a computer can do everything. All education, no. Well, I think robots will take your job too. I think robots will be more likely to take other jobs than teaching jobs. And you know what? Even if a robot did take my job, and did it well, like children got the education they needed without distraction, that's okay. I don't think so. I don't think homeschooling, I really don't think that will happen, especially with the number of students that are educated in the public school system today versus the number of students that are educated through homeschooling, think about it. There's a reason that parents want their kids in public school. They choose not to homeschool their children. Yes, direct content and then help students individualize the information. But we do so much more than daycare. It's not just daycare. Yes, they do. I'll never lose my purpose. There is a lot of difference that happens, yes, with kids. Children are people too. They're just young in smaller bodies. Yep, winds are picking up. I hear the brownouts happening. I hear it going on and off constantly. I'm surprised we're still broadcasting. It's a good thing David has the backup battery system. I agree, David Shlomoheim. I wish there were more teachers like me. But I don't think that private schools are necessarily the best. I would like to see all the education that the private school teachers have, and if I were to send my kid to a private school. And Caesar Fight's right. Most parents don't have the time to homeschool. I agree, Roboskills. Stick to the fundamentals. Not just spelling. Spelling, yes, but really, and arithmetic, but really the foundation is reading. And yes, I'm glad I'm at a level where I'm focusing mainly on reading, because if you can read, as long as a child can read, they can learn anything they want to do. They want to learn on computers and elsewhere, as long as they're able to read. Exactly, Transcender. There is no data that suggests private schooling is superior. None at all. In fact, a lot of the problem with private schooling is that it's not as regulated as public school. Public school is heavily regulated. There's laws, new laws coming out all the time about what public school teachers are required to teach and required to do. So you can read. Some kids, a few kids can read even if they can't spell, but the two go hand in hand. Of course, I agree with you, Roboskills. You have to be able to read and spell. You have to understand how phonics works in order to read and in order to spell. I did. That's actually what I had them do today, Roboskills. Read out loud. And I have them come read to me for a minute, every single one of them, so I can listen to how fast they read. And then I had them read out loud to each other today. And I also have them read out loud to each other every week. So yeah, reading out loud is really good. And then also, if you are going to use a computer or put your child in front of a television, I would encourage you to turn on closed captioning so they can be reading that. Yeah, that's true. Private schools sometimes pay their teachers less. They don't have as many. Their requirements are just completely different. They're not regulated. Nice. Good job, Dr. Miel. I know. That's great, David. Parents reading with your children is so important. It all depends on the level of private school, I guess, Hula Mula. I'm sure there's some that are very well, that are better than public schools, but there's some that are not. Oh. Thank you, Transcender. Oh, that is very cool. I wonder, they should do another one with that, but I think that they would find the same identical... I think that they would find identical report findings from a new study done in 2000 that they did in the 1960s. Transcender wrote, Coleman report from the 60s was by far the most extensive study of the subject, private schools versus public schools. They determined that kids of the same socioeconomic background did just as well, exactly as well in public schools as in private schools, and that among the worst schools were Christian academies. I know, those poor kids whose parents don't read with them. Speaking of which, if you can't read and you're a parent, then you like tracing. Tracing was important to you. Yeah, I don't do that. Robuscules, tracing comics. I let them do that. But I don't give too much homework, so they can do that at home. I think it takes a village to raise a child, and if a child doesn't know what's right, I'm going to also teach a kid that what's right, to not be, yeah. So, no, there's certain things that I always say go to your parents to discuss, because there are things I understand that it's the parents' ultimate responsibility to teach their child in the way that they're accustomed to, and the way that they should be brought up. But I believe it takes the teacher and the parents support each other to help in the best interest of their child. I'm interested in the child. I'm not just there to give academics. I'm also interested in helping them build relationships with their peers, helping them build their own self-esteem. I really think it works together.
Okay, so yeah, we are having a storm for sure. So I've got my tactical flashlight ready to go in case we need it. And I put tap lights around in the kitchen and whatnot. So if we go off the air, it's because of our terrible weather.
Yeah, I should get my tactical flashlight.
Yeah, have your tactical flashlight handy at all times. For sure. And I made dinner for you. You just have to turn the range off when you're done.
Helping kids make smart choices is good.
Yes, it is.
We talked about education. Some people think anyway.
What?
No, nothing.
Well, some people think that what?
Oh, we were talking about how public education, private education, homeschooling. Mad Dog thinks that I'll be out of a job because of computers, and that he thinks that it's not a teacher's right. Well, you know what? That's what, if certain people feel that way, they can homeschool, but actually public schooling is the best option because it's the most heavily regulated. It's the best. It's the only one with all regulations, testing, data to prove that they're performing.
You're right. And public rigor is much better than the private school system, because they really do check the teachers in the public schools, whereas you don't know what kind of teachers you're getting in the private schools. Now, there are kids out there that are, difficult, and it's not a perfect world, Will teachers be needed? Yeah. I mean, a kid like this is not going to be able to self-learn. Learning the word fart isn't going to, get you anywhere in life. We can't expect them to do any better than what they're doing, though, relative to the fluoridation in the water, and you name it. I mean, if we don't isolate the learning difficulty that kids are having in America to the environment, at least take a look at it, then we're really kind of out to lunch. Oh, really? Okay, yeah. You've been degrading Sarah's profession, attacking Sarah, and she's had to defend herself against you, Mad Dog. And this is why I unbanned you? Wow. That's not cool, dude. Okay, we won't ban him because she didn't ban him for that. Oh, yeah, there's a show on Netflix I should watch called National Bird. Yeah, I heard it's really good. It's about weaponized drones. I'm anxious to see it. Yeah, definitely. I'll mention it to her. National Bird. Thank you so much. Yes, I think Brexit will be resolved with Brexit. You know, either they are going to attempt to take care of England's problems with autonomy and more national pride, or they aren't. You know, it's kind of like what you see is what you get. If you don't see anything, you don't get anything. I'm not here to talk about British politics, but I can tell you that both Britain and France are both under this same pressure from immigration, and we're trying to nip it in the bud here. And that's why Trump, when he stole my ideas for the 1,000-mile fence, he was on the right track. And I want to, Donald, if you're listening, I'm glad you stole my 1,000-mile fence idea. It's wonderful. Congratulations, but you didn't implement it. I have to speak in Donald language when speaking to him. It'd be very difficult to have a normal conversation. I'd have to talk to him like that. Donald, I won't do that, and I'm sorry. If you have a problem with me, get over it. There you go. You make yourself miserable waiting for me to give a shit. Thank you. And, you know, if you're renting space in somebody else's mind, or you've got other people renting space in your mind, that's not good. Help play this video, David, later. Okay. Freaky Magician Girl.
So what are...
Oh, I've seen the Freaky Magician Girl scares judge and audience on Asia's Got Talent. Yeah. She looks like she's possessed. You know, last night we saw some shows that were bizarre. We saw a woman getting possessed in a department store. We saw a package drop off a shelf, and we saw a video of it. I'd show it to you right now, but it's... Anyway. I've seen this woman before. She has these weird affectations.
No, I guess not.
Yeah, no.
Well, baby, you got my yes, too. That's 3 yeses.
Yeah, she has some weird shtick she does. Yeah, I don't know what it is. It does seem like she's possessed, though. Show me anything. That's right. Lana, hello, Lana. We've got 40 million on Lana. Thanks, Dave Fan. Lana's watching, and we've got cowbell on tap tonight. So any of you who are in need of cowbell, it is available. We've got a full measure of it. In case you need it to calm down. A lot of people under pressure the whole week. Very tough on Wall Street. Dow Jones dropped 496 points today. 2.02% down. Not good, Dow day. Dow. Saudi Arabia is joining the UAE to issue joint cryptocurrency. I don't think so. That's assuming InfoWars has anything to say about anything. Yeah, whenever somebody sends me this link, it's like, yeah, sure, okay. You're not going to believe this, but there's Saudi Arabians joining the UAE to issue a joint cryptocurrency. Reportedly planned only for interbank transactions between two countries. Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates have announced plans to issue a cryptocurrency for use of cross-border transactions. You know, what are you going to believe anymore? I mean, you can't watch this guy. Oh, I'm sure they would not turn us down if we offered. We've got XES and YAG too watching. Thank you. I'm sure that, thank you, Schloheim. I'm sure that they would turn us down anytime. Oh, yeah. Saudi Arabia, we have cash for you. But we do not take cash anymore. You must convert it to cryptocurrency. No. We've got cash for you. No, we don't take... Okay, then you don't get paid later. You realize how we have tons of oil right now in our own country? They discovered $1.6 trillion worth of oil off the coast of Florida. Just a couple of years ago, Shell had a 10-year operation looking for oil, and they found it. That's not appropriate. Yeah, you're not allowed to do that. David, New Delhi are dominating UF. We've got people from New Delhi listening in. Thank you, guys. Well, we're all concerned about the environment, that's for sure. And we've had pictures of New Delhi and the terrible pollution you have. It's terrible.
Here we go again. Here we go again.
There's nothing new to it. I felt this rush before. And as we have reached it, the peak of everything will fall in like rocks. When you decided to, been there, done that. There's nothing new to it. I felt this rush before. And as we have reached it, the peak of everything will fall in like rocks. When you decided to, been there, done that. There's nothing new to it. I felt this rush before. Woo, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Yeah, the pollution level in New Delhi is now the worst in the world. And Beijing is coming in second. So we do know that there's a terrible problem with the notion of consumption. And America has been leading the world in resource consumption for decades. We have a responsibility. We have a 500-meter tall UHF tower. That's amazing, David Schmolheim. Impressive. Yeah, the onus is on us to fix what's happening in America. And many of you people can certainly follow suit. How New Delhi became the most polluted city on earth. I normally don't show you Vox because Vox is doing some pretty weird stuff. But yeah, this is a true story. Breathing in the Indian capital this month was like smoking 50 cigarettes a day. These poor people are having to, filter their faces, get air masks. Wow, that's amazing. I'll be darned. That's a lot for you, UHF, yeah. Delhi has earned 2 unenviable distinctions of becoming the most polluted city on earth this month as air quality has reached epically bad proportions. On November 8th, pollution surged so high that some monitoring stations reported an air quality index of 999, way above the upper limit of the worst category. So there you have it. Now, our conspicuous consumption society has created this factory behind me. Workers are working constantly to pollute. It has nothing to do with poo-poo. We're not talking about poo-poo. It just so happens that there are 500 million people that defecate out in the open, public, in India. 500 million, more than almost double what our population is, openly defecate. That's not the problem. It's what they're breathing, not the poo-poo, okay? Why are you still stuck on the poo-poo? That's probably doing better for the soil than anything. Yeah, you're so fixated on poo-poo when you should be worried about toxins. Jeez. Anally retentive audience I have here. Yes, we heard the federal judge in Texas ruled that affordable health care is unconstitutional. I'm with him. I think that's great. I saw that article earlier. Thank you, Scissor Fight. No, you can't drive your RV out to see me, or you'd get a restraining order. Yeah. And a restraining order means that you will never be able to work again because you'll have a restraining order on you. And your family will wonder, how come Dad can't get a job? Because I drove all the way to Dave and I harassed him. You got me in the show every night. That's more than I can say most people have. And I can tell you, that's the least you should have. Any more is too much. I don't want your votes that much, no. You gotta understand, my life is extremely in danger. Merely mentioning the things I talk about, I don't talk about anal here, okay? Thank you. Everything I talk about is considered pretty out there, not exactly mainstream. So hello there, my beautiful kitty cat. Yeah, I take on the tough questions. And in lieu of that, I think you have to understand, for your safety, you shouldn't be around me. Because I have over 1,000 death threats. That means that if you come near me, you could be one of those people that caught the crossfire. I'm all over the place. I'm on platforms, internet, satellite, dial-up, UHF, DVD, VHS, Blu-ray, 4K. People made copies of my blackface video and put it on Blu-ray. Some guy was selling them. I know nothing about that. I never profited from this at all. This is more like a crapshoot, so to speak, to push a third party through a mire of controversy and conflict between the left and the right. Now, the basic income plan has started in Stockton, California. I'm going to show you some video about that right now. Let's take a look.
The free money is part of a basic income pilot program. Stockton is the first city in the country to launch it.
CBS 13's Carlos Correa is in downtown Stockton to show us how it will work.
This is the letter 1,200 people will be receiving over the next few days. It does not mean people will automatically receive the money, but it makes them closer to potentially being selected. Stockton dad Jose Miranda works hard to save his money, but setting aside a small portion of his paycheck every other week can be a challenge. He says his expenses just keep piling up.
Kids, you know, my kids. Spend money on kids the most, I think. But and just rent. In particular, rent, food, you know, phone.
Miranda lives in a neighborhood where the median income is at or below $46,000. It's one of the areas the Stockton Economic Demonstration Program, or SEED, is sending letters to people who may be eligible to get $500 a month, no strings attached.
I think for the people that really need it, you know, it'll be good for them. Like a lot of people say, you know, groceries, rent, you know, car payment, whatever.
A team of independent researchers will pick 100 people to receive the money. The purpose is to study how an extra $500 a month impacts people's health and stress level, and they want to know if people feel financially secure.
Around this country, but especially in communities like Stockton, people are working incredibly hard and falling further and further behind.
The researchers will also have a comparison group as part of the program. It consists of 200 additional people who will get a $20 gift card for filling out surveys and provide feedback.
People who are working incredibly hard are smart, and they don't have money because they're not good with money. They don't have money because jobs, etc., aren't paying enough for folks to live and survive. Something as small as $500 a month can make a world of difference.
People who will receive a letter from SEED have until December 23rd to respond. The 100 people selected to receive the $500 a month will be notified by mid-January. The money will start arriving to those individuals soon after that.
All right, well, that's a good sign, yeah. Now, one person said, Transcender said, this is a test designed to fail. Yeah. Yeah, when they'll rule that, oh, it didn't work in Stockton, so we're not going to do it around the country. That's what they're going to do. Could be. That's the problem. We've got people in our country that are totally two-faced like that. Government officials that will tell you that they're going to try to help, but then in the end, 100 people get it, doesn't work, they drop the program. David, you know, in Butte County, where Paradise is located, was the first county in California to work towards banning fracking. Really? So interesting, Butte County banned fracking, and now they burned it to a crisp. Wow. Thank you, Misanthropy. We still believe that the possibility that they burned the people in Paradise to a crisp because they wanted their property to build a high-speed rail line in California without paying any access or eminent domain rights, which are expensive. Well, that's pretty serious. If $400 a month is not the best plan, I'm certainly willing to up it to match any competitor. Now, we've got a woman named Occasional Cortex, we'll call her. she's making ridiculous claims. The people around her say that she should be allowed to run for president because she's 29. It's ridiculous. This leftist radical that's taken front row center in the Democratic Party because there's no real intelligent thought going on is now saying that turn U.S. into Venezuela. Let's listen to this. Scary.
Coming here tonight, I got a special guest here I want to introduce. I think you all know her. She's become quite the superstar in our party, and that is Alexandroid Occasional Cortex.
Hey, what up?
You know, I've got my own ideas on ways we can take care of this climate change thing. How about this? How about we pass legislation where everybody...
Okay, I can't do this because at this point, yeah, that's not Bernie Sanders. That's somebody overdubbing him. So it's not even a real clip. Sorry, it's fake. I can't play fake stuff here, guys. Sorry. Not gonna do it. We gave you the real memorial of George H.W. Bush. That was real. That was not fake. There were no crisis actors in that scene when George H.W. Bush was laying out in state. Of course, no one ever saw his body, so just because you don't see something doesn't mean it's not working. Like my brain. Here's a three-dimensional image of my brain. Oh, it's working all right. Language. Anita, a language? No, that's okay. Anita can use language. It's okay. She has every right to complain. She's got, health issues. I thought I was playing it to be realistic because I've heard Ocasio is making a bid for the presidency in her mind, even though she's not 35. And she hasn't served any real time in Congress yet. Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall. Mr. Putin, stop bombing and taking the Ukrainian naval vessels. Mr. Trump, don't send any troops to Ukraine. I should just do all my commands in Ronald Reagan, Ronald Reagan was responsible for the death of over 200 men, Marines, in Lebanon. He sent them there with rubber bullets, and they had a suicide bomber truck run into the entire location where they were staying, killing 203, I believe, U.S. Marines. Chicago is an exodus city, like L.A. Many people are leaving, areas that are just not really that fun to live. Now, nearly 156 people leave Chicago daily, according to demographic trends. Are you sure those people aren't just getting killed? I don't know. Even migration is bigger in Texas. Dallas leads all the cities. Dallas has 246 people a day leaving. Okay. Well, that's nice. Maybe they'll move to a nice place in the middle of nowhere. David, I had you on mute. I know which accent you were doing, really. Well, if I'm doing a Ronald Reagan, then my head usually moves like this. Really? People leaving San Francisco? I don't know. It's expensive to live there. And anyone who lives in LA or San Francisco who has a home isn't going to move. I mean, they love the value of their property is still pretty high. Even though they're very close to burn zones that could be hit with directed energy weapons. Nobody really believed anything. Well, I believe that directed energy weapons could have been used in the Paradise Fire, and I believe that we're all vulnerable. I'm a little concerned. No, it was not. It was just a little crumb from a cookie that Sarah had, and I was tempted to eat some. Hey, here's a little statement about all the countries of the world. No, I'm not promoting a flat earth concept. These are the cars that these areas buy the most of. Isn't that interesting? Yeah, Honda still has a pretty strong market in Asia, in Japan, of course. Yeah, in Brazil. But Toyota has dominated the North American continent. I don't know what yellow stands for. I can't really zoom in that close. But yeah, Russians like Hyundais. And Tesla is huge in China. Wow, that's good to know. Thought I'd give you some information. Not that it's important. I don't support flat Earth, no. We don't ever talk about it because it's not something I support. You'd have to be brain dead to think that the Earth was flat. Hey, you ought to get one of these amazing survival lights. These things rock. They've got the knife kit on them right there. You got your standard knife kit. Everything you'd ever use, including a screwdriver, Phillips screwdriver. And then you've got this amazing, I think this is like a knife of some sort. It's definitely a bottle opener. And this thing is the coolest part of it, of the whole thing. Right here. That you can break any window in any car instantly. No, my knife is less than 1 inch. It's not a weapon. If the knife is less than 1 inch, it's not a weapon, I believe. Yeah, it's not a weaponized weapon. Yeah, but isn't that cool? You hit a window, break right open. Okay, pay attention to what I said. Okay, what did you say? Why does this contradict what happened 2 days ago in the Farm Bill? Okay. We're still not there. Fed spent $1.5 billion on guns, ammo, and tactical gear since 2010. Wow. It's a lot of money on guns, tactical gear. I mean, what are they gearing up for? A takedown of the American people? Martial law? Huh, wow. Since 2010, $1.5 billion allocated for weapons. Now we've got a link from Misanthropy saying...
Doug Rowland is a heliophysicist at NASA who answered the phone on a citizen complaint about sounding rockets.
Okay, let's go to this link right here.
Of imminent famine with the possibility of millions of people dying, all because of Saudi activities in that civil war. And today what the United States Senate said in a very loud way that we will not continue to have our military posture dictated by a despotic, murderous regime in Saudi Arabia. A regime which does not respect democracy, does not respect human rights, a regime whose leader, nobody doubts, was involved in the horrific murder of a dissident journalist.
Myrtle? Did he say Myrtle? Let me play that for you again. Hang on.
Dictated by a despotic, murderous regime in Saudi Arabia. A regime which does not respect democracy, does not respect human rights. A regime whose leader, nobody doubts, was involved in the horrific murder.
Myrtle, okay, yeah. So Myrtle, what happened with Myrtle? Did Myrtle show any DNA evidence? Because there's no solid DNA evidence that Khashoggi died. So, and by the way, I am somebody, Bernie. I'm not nobody, and I believe that Crown Prince MBS Mohammed bin Salman is not necessarily guilty of anything at this point. And he tried 11 people and killed 4 already over this whole thing. The perpetrators that allegedly did it. But Bernie, we don't have any solid evidence. Nobody has even heard the tape of Khashoggi getting tortured. We have to all run on the word of Erdogan. Oh, it's a terrible tape. When in fact, it was a Saudi embassy that was being bugged by Turkey. In Turkey? I mean, that's not exactly cool to bug an embassy, is it? I'm just not sure Khashoggi should be the reason why we should stop getting good prices on our oil. I mean, let's be real here. Now, if we are concerned about the Saudis' position with Yemen, that's their foreign policy. We don't have to send any troops or any ordnance or any type of unmanned aerial vehicle attacks on Yemen. We don't have to let, I agree, Jared Kushner should not be influencing foreign policy with Yemen. I think that would be a big move in the right direction. But making a stand and violating our trust with Saudi Arabia over this, with little or no scant evidence to verify Khashoggi even died, I'm sorry. Another example of how Bernie Sanders is very irresponsible. And let's not forget, Bernie Sanders is known for his famous statement on women and sex. Oh yeah, it's huge. Yep. Here's a Bernie Sanders quote for you, everybody. Check this out. He says, "A woman enjoys intercourse with her man as she fantasizes being raped by 3 men simultaneously." Is this a person who has a logical framework in his mind, or is this a man driven by the zeal for power? Because it certainly looks to me like Bernie Sanders, who made $2.4 million last year, taxable income, is not exactly a people's presidential candidate. In fact, he's a pervert, no different than Donald Trump. Need I say more? Well, let's be clear. The upcoming aggression is far bigger than 29, yeah. You'll be living out of the jack-in-the-box dumpster if it plays out the way these Democrats want to make it happen. The Democrats want you paying $3 more a gallon for gas. They want everybody to be, basically starving and looking for food and not having any because they don't really care. The Democrats haven't done a damn thing about the homeless situation in any one of our states. They're sitting on their hands and they're spending money recklessly and they're acting like they don't have any when all they do is suck money off of corporate tits. Now, I have one even better, Stephen. We have actual evidence that Khashoggi came into our room. And they talked to Cortana.
I can learn to understand you much better if I can get familiar with the way you talk. I need your permission to help.
You can go to hell right now, Cortana. I don't need you here, okay? Go to hell. Go to hell. Yeah. But I think Khashoggi, if he did survive, I want to know what the last thing he wrote was. That's never really come up in the news. No one's talking about what was his last big journalistic piece. Bernie's describing the reality that many people in other countries are suffering from attacks by foreign countries. Bear in mind, Bernie was around when Barack Obama was bombing Yemen and killing a wedding party of 9 people. Where was Bernie then? Bernie was around during the Obama unmanned aerial vehicle attacks on Yemen. Where was Bernie then? How come now it's the big time to throw a wrench in our relationship with Saudi Arabia? Why should we do that? What's the point? Where are we going with this? We're going to let the death of Khashoggi and this heinous crime, which is no verifiable proof that it happened. I mean, none. There's no verifiable proof that this happened. We're going to let that interrupt a relationship that we've had for over 50 years with Saudi Arabia. Come on. That shows you what a completely irresponsible nincompoop this guy is. I'm amazed the Vermonters even vote for this guy. I mean, they must have nobody else running. Actually, he was 45. Bernie didn't work until he was 45 years old. And he was known by everybody in the Vermont area, and I mean, there's testimonies to this effect, that he was a moocher. He used to go in from refrigerator to refrigerator, and he was a typical hippie moocher. He ate out of the people's refrigerators. They said he would eat all their good food, and he'd walk out and laugh. Yeah, once a scumbag, always a scumbag. Don't trust a guy who made $2.4 million last year and bought an Audi R8 and bought 3 $600,000 houses on the money he made rigging the Democratic election. I don't really think it does, frankly. I think there's too many things going on right now regarding the Saudi Arabian relationship we're having. I don't think in any way should we even begin to ask which pork barrel spending bill is mounted with some other thing. That's almost incidental at this point. We have a president that can't seem to get out from the morass of hell that he's in due to the fact that he was a sympathizer to Russian oligarchs, a guy who they thought they could trust. Donald Trump is guilty of one thing, and that is he's really greedy. And that's a terrible thing for you to put Donald Trump in the White House. I'm not attacking anybody for making $2.8 million, no. I'm attacking people like Bernie Sanders who made $2.3 million in taxable income and claims to be caring about the people and socialists. I'm attacking people who are greed-mongering capitalist pigs who pretend to be socialists. That's what I'm talking about. Because a lot of us, we don't care about money, not the way the moocher Bernie does. And by the way, if he wants to go out and pretend to be a presidential candidate again, bear in mind, he and Elizabeth Warren have so much baggage it's not even funny. Elizabeth Warren just took a test on her DNA and it found out that she was half of the amount of Native American that any one of you and I are who are Indo-Europeans. I happen to have more Native American by far because I have a grandmother that was Algonquin Indian. Jar Jar, could you not talk about the colostomy bag right now? Thanks. It's very inappropriate. We're having a political discussion. Well, you're going to see a lot more passion every single day of the year. I mean, I have been dedicated to stopping this two-party system for so long. But when I go head-to-head and attack the socialists here, that's when you people on the right really like that. You really do. That's fine. I mean, it's not a hidden secret that some of my ideas are deemed socialist, like the idea of breaking up monopolies like Google, something that really has come because we practically own Google anyway. Our government pretty much is invested heavily in Google. In fact, we practically own Facebook. Half of Facebook is owned by Google, and our government owns the presiding stock ownership of the Google stock through a company called In-Q-Tel. We already own Google. The American government already owns it. So we just have to democratize it, and we will use monopoly laws to break it up into something more manageable. But at the very same time, we should offer every one of you who has the qualifications a job making $36,000 a year working from your house. That's what I'm suggesting. Yeah, telecommuting has been a vision of many people for many times in the past. Alvin Toffler talked about the third wave. He was a brilliant author. I think he's still around. I don't know. Maybe he died. Yeah, I think he did pass away recently. But Alvin Toffler talked about the third wave, in which people would be living in their homes and doing telecommuting in the future. We need to make that a reality. We're sitting on our hands waiting for Google and Amazon and other companies to start hiring people at a lower scale from their homes. Instead, they're hiring $350,000 paid jobs in their companies, pretending like that's an important job when they aren't even fixing back doors to their company's programs, or they've got security breaches left and right. Well, if you don't like $36,000 a year from your home doing nothing other than going on the computer, then you can stick it up where the sun doesn't shine, because for a lot of people, $36,000 a year is perfectly fine. In fact, I'm proposing we put together a national pension plan of $36,000 a year for all federal and state and local pension plans. No, AIPAC never contacted me, nor would I accept their money, ever. And Jar Jar, again, you can't talk to about Frank and other people in the show. You're kind of blowing it there. And if you lay off of Anita, that'd be great. You too, Cal. You're losing track of what the show's all about. This is not about you harassing Anita, who's trying to get through the night or the day, wherever. I think it's nearly morning. She hasn't had any sleep. I mean, come on. It's like barely even morning out there. Jeez. You guys are so starved for female attention, you're attacking Anita. I know, but you're getting a little bit over the top there. Hey, best Putin jokes. Let's take a look.
Я приехала из Пекина, и я только что мой коллега мне сказал, что он не верит, что все это уже случилось, но я более не верю, но потому что у меня специальности перевод, и когда я была в университете, он
I think Putin is a joke. So I can't believe somebody would actually send me that. I don't read that stuff, buddy. Sorry. Yeah, I don't track Putin. I'm not a Putin supporter. I think there should be a pension for any government employee, especially when our nation is in debt. I agree. But I've got to make some sort of a compromise, and 36,000, you won't be doing much but staying in on 36,000? Yeah. You can drop ship and make well over 50,000 on 4 hours a day? Well, then great. Go for it. Yeah, I don't think you should not drop ship. I mean, there's a reason why you should become a drop shipper, to make that kind of money. Yeah, you just answered your own question. But why wouldn't we offer a whole lot of jobs for people that are sitting at home wondering what they're going to do? Now, we have a person in our show. He's a young man. I'm not going to name his name. He's a regular on our Vaughn show. And he is realizing his parents are getting older. He's a single child. He's still living at home with his mom and dad. And he's a big guy. He's really heavy. And he doesn't really find good gainful employment. And he knows that he has to do something. And he better do it soon, because he won't have any way of supporting himself when his mom and dad pass away. So this is a problem almost everybody in America is facing right now with their kids. I'm not going to mention his name. I follow Chet very slowly. Well, the thing is, Cal, you're engaging Anita. It's nice to have a conversation with her, and that's wonderful, but Anita is not getting a raise. She's not even getting a job. Anita is disabled. Yeah, subject over. She doesn't want to talk about her job opportunities with you guys. And I could be talking about 70% of Vaughn Live. Exactly. I can't even pronounce your name. S4N S4N. David, I was talking about her past. That's fine, Cal. Okay. Cal Worthington and his dog spot. If you want to go see Cal, go see Cal. If you want to get a car, go see Cal. If you want to buy a car and you don't know where to go to... Maybe Dave can... No, I can't, Misanthropy. She's a foreign national. I want people who are U.S. citizens working in the White House. I'll do everything I can to facilitate her a higher pension plan by mentioning it. At least I'll tell Theresa May that maybe some of your pensioners should get more money. Okay, I'll put a good word in for her, okay? Thank you. Theresa, are you listening? If you're still the Prime Minister, I want to make sure that you pay your pensioners a little bit more money. Poor Anita can barely live. She gets like $10 a week in supplemental income. I mean, it's crazy. Theresa May is a great dancer. Is there any live video of Theresa dancing? I could have danced all night. I could have danced all night. Theresa May dances on the stage of the Tory party. The Dancing Queen. To the sound of the Dancing Queen, everybody. Theresa May. There she is. That's a pretty big... the Dancing Queen is Cher's new act in Vegas. There she is. Dancing. Yeah, that's all the dancing we got. Yeah, I haven't seen much dancing. Yeah, Dancing Queen is Cher's new thing. I'm a dancing queen. Yep, she's a real dancer, Cher is. Okay, yes, you are. You should go to Der Wiener Schnitzel for good wieners. Yeah.
I'd go der. No.
Robustuli says he's like a tiger stalking an endangered wiener in an enchanted forest every morning. Okay, good luck.
What?
He's speaking in some sort of a hidden poetic language he's developed.
A tiger? That sounds like, are you gay?
Maybe he is. Jungle snake music.
Not that I know how to play.
I'm going to hold off with the jungle snake music till later. Thanks, Tom. Some of these people have been...
Am I back early? I am back a few minutes early.
You are.
But that way David can eat his dinner before it gets cold.
Okay, good
Because,
idea.
the power could go out, then you could be trying to find your dinner, and then so go eat it before it gets cold.
We're doing...
Double check that the heater's on in
I
the
will.
bedroom, and then...
Yep. Category serious winds coming. We've got gale force winds hitting the island right now. So we may lose power at any time. If we do, thank you.
Yay! I'm so glad it ceased, Insane. I'm glad you're feeling better.
Wow, 16 days, dysentery? Oh my goodness. That's crazy.
Make
insane.
sure you drink plenty of fluids to get your fluids back up.
Yeah, that's a terrible dysentery.
If you can afford like a Gatorade or something like that, that can help with your fluids. Your electrolytes. I'm sorry you had such a horrible time. Attractive? Oh, you think Polish men, you really like Polish men? They should be locked up for looking that good. You know who's Polish? Tequala is Polish. He's the only Polish person I know in person. I don't know, Misanthropy. Maybe the doctor that worked on him was. Okay, that's good. I'm not listening, so, okay. You love how we work as a team. Yes, David and I work as a good team. We're good together. Okay. Yeah, I'm thinking about it, 928. You visited Poland twice. Oh, you do visit Poland twice a year. You'll be there for Christmas. Is that where your family's from? I think Tick and Time Bags and David Schlomoheim want to hook up. Yeah, please put the gun away. What are you doing pointing a gun at the screen? I'm definitely gonna turn off that. Let me do that. That was very weird. I didn't think it was a BB gun, but I didn't feel good at being pointed at a screen. I thought airsoft would have like an orange tip, at least in certain states that's a requirement. I did not hear that there is a man in the Miss Universe contest. Not all of them? Okay. It must be getting close to Christmas time. Good point, Transcender. Want to see how capitalism works without any socialism? Go start a business in Somalia. Yeah, you gotta wonder, 341. Yeah, build your own highways, educate your own workers. Well, he just had a gun on screen, Miss Antherby. I found that kind of weird. I agree with you, Scissor Fight. Completely agree with you. That's fine. I still didn't like it. That's why I turned off the cameras. You're more than welcome to go do that on a different venue. He pointed it directly at the screen. I encourage you to report me. I did nothing wrong. I decided not to show pro cams. That's not against terms of service. Okay. Okay, you wonder, 928. There's nothing I did against you, Mad Dog. It doesn't matter why I did it, David. Yeah, anyway. The first time ever Senate has voted to end an unauthorized war. Why am I looking at a Bernie Sanders quote or tweet? David, why are we doing that? I don't even know. But I'm not looking at it anymore. Oh, why don't you go to guns.com? The feds spend $1.5 billion on guns, ammo, tactical gear since 2010. I'm always calm. Hello to all the ships at sea. I hope you have a good, happy holidays and a good Christmas. I appreciate all of the goods and services, well, the goods that you bring to all of us. I mean, we take all these goods for granted and how far they have to travel to get there at the holiday time. And you know, it's very difficult what that job of being on the sea and making sure all those goods get across the world. And I do appreciate all of your hard work. Thank you. I don't need to answer the phone. What are you talking about? Guest 117 over at iVlog? Why do you say that? Yes. I would agree, Mad Dog. It seems like you need to get some sleep. You've probably been stressed out with the holiday season. Yes, I do have a little plan for the weekend. I'm going to go out with David tomorrow. I'm going to have some fun with David tomorrow, and then I'm going to spend some time with a friend, retired friend of mine, on Sunday. So I know I have done that in the past, Miss Anthropy. Fortunately I'm not that tired as I have been. Maybe I am learning to take care of myself a little bit more. Yeah, salted peanut. Well, one of the things David's thought about is having me as his chief of staff, so then I can make sure that the right people are hired when he becomes president. I have no idea, Egghead. They're retired, Sandman. They are single. She is single, my friend I'm hanging out with. But she's single because she's a widow. I don't want to do that, Jar Jar. Well, you're right. That's true, Sandman. She's a beautiful lady. She's a beautiful spirit. She's religious. I don't want a child at this point in my life. I like helping children. I like teaching children. I don't want a child of my own. I already have enough impact on the next generation. No, Roboskills would never hire him. Well, 601, I turned him off. David can turn him on. Why don't I want children? I am busy enough with my career and David and my community. So right now, and my education, furthering my education at this point, I don't have enough time to dedicate to a child that the child would deserve. Yeah, the next closet tour. Well, I'll just try to wear my clothes and then you can see what I'm wearing. No, Sandman, he's not an only child. Yeah, the Canadian quarters. You'd have to figure out the exchange rate and wait till the exchange rate is in your favor to go and exchange them. How many children do you have, Mad Dog? Thank you, Miss Anthropy. Yes, I'm sure David has enough, can easily have children if he wanted to. Both. Do those stats separately. How many children do you have in America and how many children do you have worldwide? Why, Hula Mula? Why do you think I should have a child? No, thank you, Sandman. David already tried that. Been there, done that. Halogen cooking? No, I have not. At least 2 in America and at least 15 worldwide. How many of your children live with you full time? Sure. Okay, Hula, you can say that. That's pretty interesting, Transcender. And if you do have children living with you, I highly suggest that you lock up your guns. Obama, Keisha, and Octavia live with you full time? Yes, I have a cat and fish. None weren't worth mentioning, Ticken. Yeah, I agree with you, Salted. My cat is half the reason you tune in every night. Just hoping that you'll see her. Hoping you'll see my cat. Yep, exactly. One, but not worth mentioning, yeah. Oh, the beta fish. Yeah, I'm sorry about the beta fish. Oh, yes, we did. Actually, we did have a new wave cooker. My dad gave it to me, and then he said, "Are you using it? Because if not, I'd like it back." And I said, "Well, I've only used it a couple times, so here you go. You can have it back." So now my dad's using it a lot. Yeah. My cat is named Amber. She has she's a tortoiseshell tabby, I guess is what people say. Anyway, she's a really cute cat. So she has like this brown fur with streaks of black in it. Well, not streaks, like each little hair of hers has like multicolors. Anyway, mostly brown. And so that's why we named her Amber. Yeah, if you have children in the house, you should definitely keep your guns locked up. Actually, I think Washington requires guns to be locked up all the time. I don't like MMA or boxing or or WE or whatever, WWE. I obviously I don't even know the name of it because I don't like any kind of physical hitting and all of that. David, there's no reason to attack DT Laura. I know, misanthropy, true. Well, then I can just start banning people. How about that? I'll just start with the U. And is there someone else I should ban as well? Or can we move on? Yeah, like now, 928. I do like, there's British men that have, that I know that are American, British, originally born in Britain, but have become American. And I really do feel like they contribute to the decency of America. Yeah, I know. I was too kind. I've always been too kind, I guess. I agree with that completely. Actually, not always scissor fight, but yes. At least, I mean, there's a reason that they might not be as mature because they're young. But you would expect that they would be mature. Anyway, let's see. I can't believe I'm still broadcasting. All right. We had a little brownout. Exactly. You guys can still... Oh. Tell me if you can still see me because we're definitely having like brownout issues here. I feel like I could use a hot bath too. I'm just wondering if there's enough hot water in the... There probably is enough hot water. And I could use a hot bath. I had a difficult week. Okay, good. I'm so glad that our internet service is on a different wire than our electric. So oftentimes sometimes we can still, fortunately, and David got a backup battery. I think it was last Christmas or the Christmas before. And anyway, this backup battery works really well. It keeps us online, and then it's like, oh wow, we still have internet even though the whole house is blacked out. You're from the South and you don't have a Southern accent. Did you guys even see like the lights flickering over me? It's just the week before winter break lulls and the kids all get really like amped out the week before winter break. Some of them get really amped out because... Yes, I know, Laura. You're always on your best behavior. You're fine. I didn't appreciate Mad Dog. I feel like I've just... No, I won't... No need to say anymore. It's gone down there. I didn't know that's where you were, Roboskills. That's good. They say over here we're supposed to have gusts or gale force winds until 10 o'clock tonight, and then it should ease up from there. Well, you know, it's the accent, the British accent. Girls always like the British accent. But it's also about class. I suppose there are some men from Britain that don't have class, but all the men I've met from Britain do have a genuine sense of class. That was really good. I feel like I have some class, even though I wasn't born in upper class, but I feel like you know what I'm saying? There's some people that you're like, that you would think would have class, and they just come across as classless. And then there's people that you're not sure that you wouldn't expect them to be classy or have class because of what they were born into, and then they do have class. So anyway. Yeah, that's a good idea, Lils. I need to work on that. But I feel like I'm just always, well, this week I didn't, but sometimes I just feel like I have too much to teach, so I don't have enough time to have them get out all their energy. And some of them, it doesn't matter. Actually, when I take them to get out all their energy, all the other kids would get out all their energy. And those kids, it would actually ramp them up. Okay, thank you, Laura. I'm so sorry. Maybe it will be better tomorrow, or maybe it'll be better next year, or maybe not. And maybe this is just not a healthy environment. Know that I appreciate your contributions. Know that I don't appreciate Mad Dog's contributions. Yeah, I can't split up the some people you can't help calm down, Misanthropy. Once they're at that point, you have to just let them go, and the only thing that can help is time. David Schlomoheim, I can see your messages now. Merry Christmas. Ciao. Huh, exactly, Scissor Fight. Or at least the class you don't want to teach. Well, I will invite David to come back in the show and he can talk about our nation. Actually, I can talk about our nation, and I think the great thing about our nation is we have excellent people, like all our ships at sea, and we have excellent workers doing difficult jobs every day. I think, like these scientists in the background here, cleaning up the mess. Okay, no, but seriously, the people that are working hard every single day, that they get up and they go to work and they do their jobs and they might not get appreciated, I want to tell you that I appreciate you. I want to tell you that you are holding the country together, not the politicians, not the people in power, not the people that have tons of money. It's the people that get up every single day, go to work, take care of their family. Thank you. Yes, I agree. David Schlomoheim typed, the hardest job nowadays are the least appreciated, often underpaid. And that's what I want to say is I appreciate you. I ate David's, like the pasta that he made yesterday. I had some for lunch and I had some for dinner. He also added in a fish stick and some broccoli, which was good. And I know that they often go to work and make lots of money for someone else, but it's if you take out money out of the equation, it's really the people that get up and do the work. You know, I'm not going to go there, David Schlomoheim. I really, I'm not going to go there. And I'm not going to say that. Anyway, I don't need to talk negatively about him. I just disagree with him on so many points. And I didn't appreciate him showing a gun on camera.
Oh, did that happen tonight?
Mad Dog showed a gun on camera and pointed the gun at the camera.
You get the number, the minute mark?
No, I did not. but there's enough people that saw it. Scissor Fight saw it. I mean, they can go back and check.
It wasn't on our recorded broadcast, though.
No, it was not.
Okay, great.
I did not put it on the recorded
we don't
broadcast.
in any way allow people to show guns on our show.
And eventually then he started saying certain things, and I just eventually ended up banning him. And then there was just like, when I finally banned him, there was just this relief in the
room.
Yeah, there was a relief in the room.
Good. Yeah, we were terrorized by this person who continually attacks our show, and we ban him, and he keeps. It's like a stalker. I mean, yeah, it's really weird.
I didn't even see what he was doing most of the time, because I'll show you. My computer screen doesn't show the cameras. It, well, that's basically it. Yeah, it's like, here's the iVlog chat right here.
It would normally be down there, but we shut it off.
And you can't even see underneath his screen.
Yeah. Yeah, we can't always tell, so we don't really not like to run those pro cams unless we have to. You know, people want to come in and get seen, that's fine.
Yeah, people can ask us to turn him on.
Well, it's good that it wasn't on the recorded broadcast.
No,
so.
I knew not to put him on the recorded broadcast because of his discussion earlier about education. I mean, he and I disagree on a lot.
Oh, yeah.
That's all. See, this is our camera. This is our setup. So right here is our XSplit. Over here is our Periscope. Down here is where I monitor Vaughn Live Chat. And down here is where I monitor iVlog Chat. And I can't even, and you can see the bottom of my monitor, I can't even see the screens even when they are on. So I didn't see everything, but I scrolled down once or twice. And when I scrolled down, the only reason I scrolled down, I could see the very top of it. There was some gun, so I scrolled down to see what it was, and I was like, yeah.
Yeah.
So then I just turned off pro cams, and I think Scissor Fight ended up banning him, which was fine. And then he went over to Vaughn Live, and then he was just, it's very tense. And
yeah, it's a Friday night.
It's just
the
ridiculous.
guy's drinking, obviously, so that's bound to cause his.
And then he said something about
upheaval. It's
not against terms of service, and I'm going to report you. I said, for what? Turning off pro cams? That's not against terms of service. Hello.
Yeah, he really doesn't deserve to be in here because he gets drunk all the time.
Go cast on your own screen and cast all of the things you believe. You and I do not agree with politically, Mad Dog, and never will.
Never will, no. Thank you, Sarah. You're awesome. And thanks for spending your Friday night with us when we, many of us realize there are fun things to do. Now, someone told me about this new movie. We're going to be looking it up. Yeah. Yeah, it's about guns. It's about unmanned vehicles, rather. Okay.
And then that, I saw guns. I used to have a Bernie Sanders Twitter thing on, so I closed that out and I said, oh, here, you should go to guns.com.
Yeah, really.
I didn't even show that on the camera.
I'm sure they would, yeah.
I mean, it was just, that was weird.
Yeah, and I think trolls do this. They have a tendency of causing nothing but problems.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, I'm going to go probably take a bath or something.
Okay, enjoy. Thank you. B2 offered me, I'm sorry, but I'd have to look at B2's record as a hit and run driver before I could even consult the whole issue. I haven't scrutinized his hit and run encounter. That's going to dog him in any campaign. I will. Yeah, there's no reason for our show to be stressful like that for Sarah. She should just do trivia and not even interact with people. I mean, when you think about it. I don't sell used cars, no. Well, you're not all to blame, but we shut down guest chat. We shut down iVlog's ProCam thing. Yeah, anybody who shows a gun on camera is totally against what we're doing. Totally. You know, if you want to support gun rights, the best way to do it is just don't get in people's faces with your gun. You know, people don't have to flaunt their weapons. People that really are in the know and know how to shoot don't run around bragging about it. Federal judge in Texas ruled Obamacare is unconstitutional. Yeah, he based his statement on the idea that since there's no penalty for not having Obamacare, then it's no longer legal because you have to treat everybody fairly, equally. Yeah, he's claiming that since they dropped the penalty on Obamacare, affordable health care, it's no longer valid. Yeah. Well, kind of a good thing, actually, because we really don't need to have funding of health care like that. In fact, all the clinics that are ripping us off need to stop doing that. They're telling Mr. Smith and Mrs. Jones to come in every 3 months for a checkup, and it's like $150 each pop, and it's just some physician's assistant standing there going, "Hi, how are you feeling today? I see you had your weight and your blood pressure checked. Everything okay? Oh, good. Well, we'll keep you on the same medication. And did you check out our sleep study? They are offering a $4,000 kickback for Medicaid for our sleep study. Yes. Are you having any problems breathing? Oh, you are? Well, we'll set you up with an appointment with our sleep study specialist." That's how they're doing it. They're ripping our government off, left and right, these healthcare pro-criminals. And they're getting away with it. There are good doctors out there. I'm not going to say there aren't. But the more they suck out of our Medicaid funds and Medicare funds, the more irrelevant they are. Yeah. In my area, sleep study could cost $4,000. They allocated that for Medicaid. Everybody's got sleep problems. You know, imagine the cash cow that is. The amount of money they'll make on any kind of a sleep study is huge. Plus, there's all these gimmicks where, you know, if you get hooked up to a machine, they'll pay your machine if you're using it. They'll actually track your machine. It has a Wi-Fi connector saying it's being used. So they actually are listening to how many times your sleep study machine is working. And if it isn't working, they won't pay your bills. So then you accumulate a tremendous amount of unnecessary wasted paperwork, and that goes after your credit card rating. And oh yeah, it's a nightmare. God forbid you get sick in this country. People like Bernie made everything so expensive. The socialist medical system we have is just paying the tab. And we have a plan to create mobile medical units that could actually be much lower cost, $30 per use, copay. Yep. Let's go to the mobile medical unit section. We're also offering $400 a month per U.S. adult citizen, as long as you're not getting disability or Social Security, because that would make you ineligible for this. Some people think that it's you're watching a show on television because I look so much like Brienne of Tarth. I was freaking people out the other night. I was going to talk like this with my face matching hers. No, I'm not Brienne of Tarth. I don't believe I'm not a profiteer. I don't like money. Money bothers me, frankly. And I can't take a risk of jumping into the marijuana industry in my state because it's still a federal crime to not only smoke marijuana, but possess it, let alone grow it. Yeah, you didn't know that? It's gender neutral if I just be I could be gender neutral Brienne tonight, you know? I'll just talk like this most of the night. So you'll think I'm looking like a man or a woman. Somebody told me I look like her, and I guess I do have the same facial features. Yeah, I'm sure Acacia, who doesn't even understand the Congress doesn't have 3 branches of Congress. When she was asked about Congress, Ocasio-Cortez said that there are 3 branches of Congress. She has no idea what she's doing. It's a joke. The woman is completely lost. Anyway, she can't actually run for president until she's 35, and she's 29 right now. That guy could run for president. He's capable. Not everyone will use a CPAP machine. They're unable or just do not want to use one. It took me almost 6 months to get used to using one. Well, yeah, cool, but they won't pay your bill unless you're using it. So you get billed anyway. Nice, huh? I heard Elizabeth Warren says that she'd rather send smoke signals than text or call people. Elizabeth Warren is no more Indian than your average. Well, frankly, she's less Indian than your average white person. She's half the Indian an average white person is. She needs to be prosecuted for fraud. I'm surprised Trump hasn't done that. Trump, if you're listening, I want you to prosecute Elizabeth Warren for fraud. Use the affirmative action violation law in Massachusetts.
Hey, buddy, how you doing? We got a call from Rodney over there. Doing pretty good. Living large, man. Living large. Yeah. Poor guy's got to deepen his voice to cover his gayness.
Well, wait a second, man. $400 a month is on top of what you're making at your job. Okay, you don't have a job? I want to show you your future. Okay. Out of that $400, I'm going to take you to Big 5 Sporting Goods, and I'm going to hook you up to a family tent. That's right. Tent deals are prevalent at Big 5, and you probably have a Big 5 in your area. Or you could go online. But your future will be purchasing this tent. This amazing dome tent. Let's see, let's get you a bigger tent. Something bigger. $29. $29.99. For only $29.99. Something nice. Well, that clearance is staring me in the face. Okay. $29.99. I'll buy any car, any place. So this is your tent. So that's $400. Deduct $29.99, $96 from the $400 plus tax. Then you got $300 and over $360 in grocery money. Yeah, so you're going to buy groceries at a standard market, not a fast food store. Those aren't groceries. Those are prepared meals. I bought my groceries at fast food stores. Thank you.
Thank you, man. Thank you very much, man. Living large, man. Living large.
All right, so there's your first month, and then the next month you get an extra $30 that you don't have to buy a tent with. That's your first month, okay? Life on the road as an incel, MGTOW. You and your tent. I know you ordered McDonald's to go and you're getting ripped off. You need to make your own meals, man. I told you, all that money you're wasting on McDonald's, you could buy your own. I know. I agree. Oh well, we're going to keep him banned for a long time. This is not cool. This is his 4th time he's done this. You're not going to give disabled $400, then cut the most of the meds right now, and what? No, I'm not going to cut the disabilities funding for meds. No. We're going to keep disability checks right where they are and even add a COLA increase. I don't think Sarah's been to the Cheesecake Factory more than once. Not really. I'm trying to give you guys a way out. You don't think we're going to make a nice house for you for $400 a month? If you want to work, thank you for asking for Tier 2 assistance. Thank you. If you want to work, we have a homestead renewal plan with houses in your neighborhood needing fixing up. Additional to your $400 a month, you will also be able to work on some of the homes in your area that are being rehabilitated or renovated. And that's the homestead renewal plan. Or you may want to work and get training for $20 an hour jobs as a solar rooftop installer, assuming you're not a paraplegic. Even with our plan, we're going to offer people no caps on disability and work. Right now, if you collect disability, you can't really work. I'd like to change that so that people who are disabled can actually do a little extra work and help build their income. Hardly. I never mistreated Sarah ever. I've had a case a couple times in the show where I raised my voice. That's about it. Best drinking game I've seen so far. Okay, I gotta see this. Join me for this big drinking game. I don't drink, so unlike Brett Kavanaugh. Well, I'm not sure what the game was in that game. Was the game just to get crap-faced? I don't know. I did not see that. Let's take a look. You can't find a job because you refuse to work since you're so lazy. So what do I do now? Live on $400 a month. I'm trying to help all you people who are lazy, who don't want to work, to at least give you some food so you can supply or even save your money. Some people will live on nothing and save their money. That's something you might want to learn too. How to save. We're not learning anything without any money in our pocket. Scientists will begin geoengineering experiment and try to block the sun. Right, sure. As if they haven't already. They're publicly attempting to geoengineer when they've been doing it for years now. Dave, tell us about your friend who drinks a lot again. Well, whenever he calls me, he usually sounds like, "How you doing, Dave? How you doing? I just want to say I miss you, man. I miss you. Oh, boy. You remember the times we had, man. It's the good times, man." Alcohol is a depressant. You get very depressed on alcohol. I've never had more than one moose head on occasion. I don't drink, hardly at all. And, you know, if I ever spend some time at, visiting a friend, I'll have a beer, I guess. But just to be, courteous. There is no Cookie Lipschitz show. If it exists, I don't know about it. I'm not featuring that. Okay, Moscow, we have a potential dangerous aircraft in the room right now. Tsarism is a potential video picture here. Moscow to set up a military base in the Caribbean. Russia has decided to develop a long-term military presence in the Caribbean in conjunction with the socialist nation of Venezuela. On one of the islands in the Caribbean Sea, the move seems to be a response to the Trump administration's decision to pull out of the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty. The recent flights of the Russian two Tu-160 long-range nuclear bombers are part of this effort. Well, we certainly don't want to go back to missiles of October and what happened then, Donald, if you're listening, I want you to get back to the intermediate range missile conversation. We need to at least get them on the same page. I think it was a mistake to let Venezuela sit there without any help and then watch Russia just seize the opportunity. This is what they do. The Russians are very tenacious. Well, you Americans say, I'm an American, I should know. You don't give up. The Incredible Hulk's Lou Ferrigno hospitalized after pneumonia vaccination goes wrong. Oh no, Lou. Oh my gosh. Poor guy. I think he's a great guy, man. Lou Ferrigno, everybody. Don't do the vaccinations if you can avoid it, man. So now he's sitting on pneumonia. He probably had a pneumonia start up in his body. We don't talk about Cookie here. Yeah. You're not allowed to post pictures of other people that defame them here. You don't know the rules by now? You can blow up the world once any more than it is. This is just a joke. Huh? No, I haven't cooked Speed Getty lately. Or Sea Getty. No, I did make a variation. I made Farfall with sardines. Yeah, if you go to our site at my site, my YouTube channel, where you can find the blackface at the bottom of the channel, youtube.com/David John Sponheim, you'll see my most recent salad prep. I made some really nice salads for $3 for 2. Different types. Check it out. It's waiting for you. I uploaded it last night. He's dying because Stan Lee died. Yeah. Could be related. Maybe he's bummed out because a lot of these guys really knew Stan Lee. Especially the way Stan Lee tried to grab, the women's asses next to his hospital bed there. Kind of like George H.W. Bush. A New World Order. Counting Crows, Einstein on the Beach. That looks like a fun one. I'll play that later. Thank you. So I think this is a fair price, $29.96 for a rugged exposure Prospector 7x7 tent. Okay, you're thinking, what are you going to do? You want to live on your own? You want to go out and brave the new world? You're going to need something to live in. So I highly recommend doing that. They're recalling cauliflower, same farms as the romaine lettuce. Are you serious? This is insane, man. Our FDA didn't even bother checking the water supply of the romaine lettuce producers that produce the E. coli contaminated romaine lettuce. Yeah. The FDA is not even testing the water of the growers that are growing the food. I think they consider it part of the USDA's territory or something. Seriously. That's the U.S. Department of Agriculture. They're supposed to test it. These people are sitting there doing nothing. People are dying from E. coli. We're losing food supplies left and right, and they don't give a crap. They're just collecting a paycheck, people. Wake up, America. I don't have a Gab account. I have too many accounts as it is. Well, they may not be funded, but the fact is they're not even doing it. They don't even see the importance of it. This is the only way we're going to prevent our food from being contaminated with crap water, sewer water. And you can thank Nancy Pelosi for this because she's responsible for this nightmare. Yeah. It's her decision to divert the water to the Delta Smelt, remember? That was all her. And by the way, explain this, Nancy. How does anyone on a $190,000 annual government salary accumulate a net wealth worth of $26 million? It's called being corrupt, Nancy. Now, we're on to you. We know what you're up to. God, isn't it scary that she could actually become president? I have the gift of Gab, but do you think I should get a Gab account? Is it going to make a big difference in my life? So this story came in tonight. We'll give you up-to-date information so you're not getting no news. Paul Manafort advised the White House to attack and discredit the investigation into Donald Trump. So not only was Donald Trump ordering his close advisor and former campaign manager campaign director, to do his bidding on various properties where money laundering was involved in. That's Donald's potential court case coming up as well. But there's this. He actually had him as an attack dog trying to discredit the investigation, which is more obstruction of justice. If this is true, what Paul Manafort has said, then we are definitely looking at obstruction of justice charge number 2, 3, 4, and 5. This guy's going to definitely do whatever it takes to protect him and his family, just like Cohen. I'm surprised they gave Cohen 3 years. He really deserved to be probably on probation with a shoe or a. In fact, if I were the judge in the case, I would give him just one of those controlled arrests where they keep them booted with a little beeper on their foot so they can't leave their house. That's what should happen. Yeah, obstruct this, Trump. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Well, apparently this guy lied under a plea agreement, just like Cohen did. And now he's telling the truth because he can't get out of the lies. And the more he tells, the more we find out that he was holding back information to protect the Donald. So Donald's got all kinds of people turning on him left and right. And I want to say congratulations, Donald, for being such a really an amazing guy to put up with all this stress, really. That much I can say. Because Donald really is under a lot of stress. Albeit they were stresses created by himself and some of the Russian oligarchs he sucked money from. But come on, I mean, seriously, even you Democrats must acknowledge that Donald is holding it together pretty well. Right? Federal judges have power because they seize power. Another judge will just say that what that judge said was wrong. It's going to go to appeals. I'm sure the Democrats are going to take this recent ruling in Texas by a federal judge saying that Obamacare is not legal. I'm sure they're going to go ahead and appeal it to a federal appellate judge. Yeah, it's just a stage in this whole process. It's not the end decision, okay? Not that I care, because I really want to see Affordable Health Care Act end. So they've got a series of whistleblowers that, according to SarahACarter.com, these whistleblowers are testifying. 3 of them have information about the 6,000 documents that are expected to reveal nearly 2-year investigation into Hillary Clinton. The allegations the whistleblowers are making are quite explosive. Oh my gosh, we've got the Donald here. Donald, good evening, my fellow Americans. Dave. I hope everyone's weekend is off to a great start. I know all of you are as happy as I am that a federal judge has ruled that Obamacare is unconstitutional. No Obamacare. As for the Mueller investigation, by the time he's ready to present his nothing burger, I'll be on my way back into the Oval Office for term 2. Trump 2020. Well, you are so full of yourself, Donald. I don't think anybody can really compare to that. We got a visit from Donald, everybody. Donald Trump in the show right now in our chat room. There it is. Or it's either that or Rodney just filling in for Donald. The Donald Trump. Yeah. I think he's doing a pretty good job holding it together. I really do. I don't really know anybody who could handle the pressure of having a sex tape with alleged urination rituals. Oh no, that would never happen. He told James Comey, I'm a germaphobe. That's impossible. I would never be in a sex tape. Yet he contradicted his own bodyguard who said that Donald Trump checked into the hotel in Moscow that night, closed the door, and then he didn't see him until the morning. Well, Donald said he'd never spent any time in the hotel room. So technically, Donald was gallivanting around Moscow while his bodyguard was in a hotel room without any knowledge of where he was, according to Donald Trump's testimony. I'm just reciting what Donald said. This is all fact. It's been subpoenaed. I mean, excuse me, they had an actual testify. Someone testified to this effect. His bodyguard talked to the Mueller team and told people that. Or was it the Senate subcommittee? I think it was the Senate subcommittee. Either way, Donald definitely could have a sex tape out there. Plus, He's got all these accusations, $109 million worth of money laundering going on for the 5 to 10 years before he took office. And he said, oh, you can look at all my tax returns, no problem. He hasn't presented any of his 10 years of tax returns. You're hiding something, Donald. Come on. You really expect this entire story just to disappear now that we found out that you actually did pay off Stormy Daniels? Oh, but my lawyer didn't tell me it was illegal. Well, I must admit, that's pretty smart to say that. Your lawyer gave you bad advice. The same lawyer that's implicating you. Wow. Okay. I think he should get a pass on this one. Unless Mueller can come up with something substantive that can really stick, I really think that Donald may very well run for a second term because it's the only way he's going to avoid prosecution for the federal crime of federal election commission or federal election rigging. Yeah. So we'll see. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. In just 2 years, the U.S. debt grew the size of the entire Brazilian economy. Well, that's exciting. You know, we have spent money recklessly under the two-party system. When are the American people going to realize this is it? We can't keep it up. But Stockton doesn't care. They're going to give $500 out to every single 100 lucky Stockton residents are going to receive $6,000 a year in universal basic income to see if it works. Yeah. In a city of 300,000, 100 people is nothing. It's like, why even bring it up, you know? They're not going to be able to sustain that money to those people. What are they doing? There's 300,000 people in that city of Stockton. If you give everybody $6,000 a year, the city of Stockton is going to have a little problem paying those people that kind of money. The U.S. government's going to be able to handle it because we've got a much bigger budget, but they've got a $1.8 billion nut to crack if they decide to go forward with their plan. 1.8 billion. Stockton's net worth is no more than probably 180 million. I mean, come on. Who are we kidding? Jeez. Yeah, Stockton was one of the cities that filed for bankruptcy. How can they afford to hand out money? Cool Ruler made the question. Yes. That's right. You're right, Cool Ruler. Yeah, they're the ones that declared bankruptcy. Now they're giving 100 people money. I think Misanthropy was right. He said that they're just trying to, let this play out and then just show it doesn't work and then cancel the program. That's what I think they're gonna yeah. Oh yeah. Well, are you into Melania? Are you into Melania? Or are you like Bernie Sanders and think that women are all, He says a woman enjoys intercourse with her man and she fantasizes being raped by 3 men simultaneously. Bernie Sanders wrote this in the Vermont Freeman. It's published. Yeah, so maybe Bernie's not exactly the best guy to talk about the Me Too generation, So if some of you Democrats are worried, don't go to Bernie for advice. ATP bud. Oh, well, I would expect this. Let's touch on the UK economy for a second. The proposed Brexit deal would strengthen borders but end the free movement. Well, I think that's perfectly fine because it's exactly what they want to do with the endless immigration problem they're finding. I think Brexit is a perfect merge for England with the growing immigration crisis that's resulting from endless freebies for people coming in and getting a ride on the English system. I don't know. There's been no proof that Hillary has actually killed anyone. Yeah, unfortunately, ticking time bags, we need a full disclosure. We can't say that the Clinton body count is an indictment of anybody. I would love to be able to, prosecute Hillary.
Guys, I'm out in this.
Prosecute Hillary on a couple different things. But Yeah, we're not going to be able to prosecute her on 136 missing people that died from unexplained deaths. We need evidence. That's the bottom line. Yeah, but I agree. We should definitely get the evidence. But I think Benghazi's already been worked over. I think we probably have evidence in the missing emails in Benghazi. Because remember, Strzok culled the emails down to 3,600 emails from 30,000. So in the 30,000 emails, there's probably mentions of Benghazi. If we could get those emails back up and flush through them, we'd probably pull up evidence against Hillary. Okay, we've got the...
Guys, I'm adding this right to the very beginning of the video. I want you...
Yeah, and Maddie, the truth guy, is going to talk about some stuff. Red flag laws, Indiana school shooting hoax. Yeah, he does a lot of videos, so we'll play his video. But bear in mind, I'm not anti-Semitic, and he seems to really be coming out hard against Jewish people. Yeah, but I just want you to know, I don't support that aspect of his discussion. When we play Maddie. Yeah. Haiti was never really given any serious money. The Clinton Foundation collected $5.4 billion that we know of, maybe even more, and they never got that money to the people. Only a small, less than half of 1% went to the people of Haiti, which creates a huge problem. Okay, we have a new article here that we haven't talked about. Let me drop out of this stuff that we're talking about. Remember I mentioned George H.W. Bush may very well have been a German and related to the Nazis and even knew Mengele? Well, this story goes into big detail. It's called thebushconnection.com. And they talked about George H.W. Bush's previous life as George H.W. Scherf Jr. Yeah. And there's a picture of him. It says this person alleges the U.S. Navy pilot George H.W. Bush was really an SS Nazi spy. Skorzeny alleges that George Herbert Walker Bush was an SS Nazi spy, as was he. Allegedly, George H.W. Bush was born in Germany as George H. Scherf Jr., the son of Dr. Nikola Tesla's German-born illegal immigrant accountant George H. Scherf Sr. George Sr. had been robbing Tesla blind for years and giving Tesla's secret inventions directly to Adolf Hitler. This is an amazing conspiracy theory. In 1938, Hitler sent 14-year-old George Scherf Jr. to America to try to befriend, spy on, and kill the great American inventor Dr. Nikola Tesla. What an amazing claim. He claimed that George had forged his birth certificate, evidencing he was older. He changed his name. He claimed his last name was Bush to set up Prescott and join the U.S. Navy. I heard that Prescott adopted him. This story seems a little bit bent on the idea that he pretended to be Prescott's son. Yeah. Anyway, here's the link to that, the Bush Connection, if you want to check it out. It's good reading. Conspiracy theory. His other airmen were captured and beheaded, Froggy? Really? He was only one out of 9 to make it alive? Really? Okay, you really believe that Trump is better impeached at this point? I agree. But how do you make that happen with the Democrats being led by people like Clinton and Nancy Pelosi? And even Ocasio-Cortez couldn't impeach him because she doesn't even understand how government is set up. She never learned the basics. When she announced that there were 3 different levels of Congress and they keep themselves in check. It's like, really? I thought there was only a House and a Senate. It is very interesting story. Yes. Okay, the war news. We got more war news coming up here. Tomorrow is our anti-war rally. We're going to try to avert war with Ukraine and Russia. I think we nipped Syria at the bud. It hasn't had a flare-up since we stopped the war over there. Is Trump being fed false intel, or is intentionally lying to America? She is a newbie. Okay, pomp and ceremony for the Kremlin Cadet Ball in Moscow. Grab a partner. Russia's soldiers of the future don their finery in a breathtaking display of pomp and ceremony for the Kremlin Cadet Ball in Moscow. It is very big deal. That's right. Well, good luck. I didn't realize they were having a cadet ball. Well, that's special. Thank you. Any emails you get from her, I'll take. I'm just still processing the whole. I'm researching the case right now, Blue Raven. Yeah, I believe her. I do. I just think that the story is so phenomenal that I want a little bit more background. Okay, we've got, is Trump being fed false intel?
It's the Arizona border. When you look at this, if you look on the bottom, anywhere you see the green, see these little green areas? You have a wall. Anywhere you see the red, you have no wall, and you don't even have Border Patrol agents. To say a few dozen out there is going to make a difference, that's lying to you. You have no wall and no security.
No, I've known this for years, but we'll bring you this video tonight for sure. Gonzalez, the representative in that same area that he's talking about, has been fighting for a mere 50 mile stretch of area. He's been fighting for solutions along that border. 50 mile stretch is wide open. Yeah, I kind of predicted that. But I'm the one who came up with a 1,000 mile distance we need to put the fence together, so it's all part of a big plan. And I am not a transgender, despite what people think. And I'm not in a movie, or I'm not part of the Game of Thrones, like some people are saying. It's ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, I prepare the show daily. Yes. Well, what I am Mr. Right. Not Ms. Right. Not Tranny Right. I'm Mr. Right. All right?
My feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good. Just spin my world around, cause you're the peace I find. If you sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away.
Okay, I want to show you where I came from. I used to drive in this hellhole of traffic down the 405 freeway in Los Angeles. For 35 years, I lived in Los Angeles. I commuted for a solid maybe 15 years. And when I say communal, I mean drive 30 miles each way to do things for 15 years. So I can tell you that our country is a very complex and amazing nation. I didn't expect when we went to California last April that the economy would be this vibrant, but when houses go up, up in value by 100%, people want to move there. And it's tremendous magnet of people that have moved to LA. And the economy is still pretty strong. I'm quite amazed. Yeah, it's not live stream of traffic. It just shows you what traffic is in LA. Yeah, Johnson & Johnson has had asbestos in the talcum powder, and they lied about it. They didn't tell people. A multi-million-dollar lawsuit is pending right now. I played this story earlier. But yeah, they're facing a potential series of challenges. A woman named Coker, age 52, developed mesothelioma from just breathing it by using talcum on her body. We read the story a little earlier. Yeah, standard use of talcum, and it got in the air and causes mesothelioma. Yeah, I used to hate it when my mother would be put talcum powder on me as a baby. Oh man, I hated that. I actually have memories of disliking the smell of that stuff. So those people who actually avoided it, like myself, were safer, but many women use it for hygiene, and it's just so bad. And if you breathe it, it's even worse. Yeah, it's common for mothers to use talcum powder on their babies. So most of us grew up with it, breathing it in our lungs. It's as bad as it's got traces of asbestos in it. Pretty serious. Unfortunate, isn't it? What our parents didn't know, Sister Fight has a story about child trafficking. Okay.
Part 2, checking the second grid. We just cleared this. Had a 10-minute, 30-second video prior to this one being shot. Looking for any more evidence of children's diapers, undergarments, clothes, women's panties, used black condoms, used contraceptives, things like that. A lot of sick stuff happens right here where...
Yeah, he is cornstarch. There you go. He's in the trenches. This is the backyard brawl guy. And he is in the trenches trying to stop child traffickers at the border because our government's not doing enough. And Rothschild, the mayor of Tucson, is not doing enough to stop this child trafficking. Very suspicious activity coming out of our country right now. Yeah, and he's in there trying to do the due diligence of...
We don't have. Now we did uncover a bedroll. It's over there set up on this.
He uncovers weird stuff out there in the Arizona-Mexico border. I process a tremendous amount of information, and I live a very balanced life. Aren't they working on some sort of loophole to prevent lawsuits for asbestos-related illness? I have not heard that. I wouldn't doubt it. Lawyers are always trying to manipulate. Not enough tort reform is in place to prevent lawyers from making unscrupulous amounts of money. I wish we had tort reform. Nobody's mentioned tort reform since John Edwards ran for office. They got John Edwards out of there really quick. He was never found guilty for taking $2 million as a gift from a woman. They ruled it a gift. She said, I really like John Edwards. I just gave him $2 million. They never charged him with any crime, so he got off, and he's still practicing law, I believe, in Tennessee. But John Edwards was the only guy in the Democratic Party or any party that talked about tort reform. Nobody else would. Tort reform is when they make it so that there's limits on how much you can get in a lawsuit. Limits on how much the attorneys can get in terms of the percentage of the final take. We need that because there are attorneys out there like Abinetti that got $470,000 from crowdfunding money. I doubt people crowdfunded to pay Michael Abinetti to support Stormy Daniels. I'm sure that's funding from like hidden sources like Hillary or some of the Democrats funding Abinetti to go after Trump. I seriously don't think a bunch of people paid into the crowdfunding of Abenetti to get that money. But now she has to pay nearly $300,000 in court fees for Donald Trump because she lost her defamation suit. Abenetti is not a very good attorney, in my opinion. He should have gone after physical harassment because she was physically harassed outside of a mall, and there would have been CCTV footage of that. Somebody came up and said to Stormy Daniels, "You better stop this Trump thing." And then he turned to her daughter, who she was putting in a jump seat in her car. "Oh, what a pretty daughter. We wouldn't want anything bad to happen to her mother now, would we, huh?" If that isn't a veiled threat, I don't know what is. Well, it might backfire, but look what that woman look at the settlement that happened with that man who sued Roundup Monsanto and won. He ended up getting $289 million settlement. You're right. Tort reform would have limited the cap to probably a couple billion. So in a way, even after the judge rigged it so that they would only pay out $39 million, at least he'll get $39 million, as attorneys will make a lot of money. Okay, we got more severe storm changes, microwave change temperatures, jet stream splits coming from One Pacific Redwood.
Hi, guys.
Oh, sorry. Never lose truth. Yeah, we lost her video last night. Her audio was completely out. So tonight we're going to get a better view of what she was talking about last night.
It is now December 14, 2018. It is 1:52 a.m. on the East Coast. And look at what we've got going here. A massive storm manufactured by man. You can see the microwaves. They are heating up this area right here a whole lot.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
It's okay.
A whole lot. But I want you to see something.
Go ahead.
I want you to see the microwaves blow apart this tail. And it's coming up really, there they are. You see the microwaves?
Yeah.
Let's do it one more time.
I saw that, yeah.
You can see the microwaves in here, up here, also. But let's do another loop, shall we?
Loop de loop.
Okay. This tail, I guess they don't want it there.
Yeah.
So they're blowing it apart.
It's a hot spot.
With microwaves.
See it? Right there?
Right there. Wow.
Wow, it's like a little web. Yeah. It's like a little web of microwaves going back and forth, phased array radar being used to triangulate with our existing system. We have 4G networks, 5G networks are being laid right now. She's funny. Yeah, you like her? I know. She seems sex deprived. Is that what you're saying? I'm not here to pass judgment on her sex life. She did probably smoke at one time. Yeah. Yes, they do. The 4G networks will pick up microwaves. You're not made aware of that. Are you in the process of installing these yourself? This is all secret information. I can't share this with you because I don't even know if it's true. All I'm telling you is the conduit that is in the 5G and 4G network is weapons grade. The copper is this thick. When they take the copper and extrude it into a circle, they wrap it around a cylinder, and then they dip it in fiberglass. And they call that a modern cell phone tower. That's the 5G network towers that AT&T is putting up all across the country. That's Doppler radar. Yes, that's different. But again, Doppler radar is just part of the nexus of radar and sonar that the country uses. Hey, I'm not an expert on this, all right? I can tell you, though, that any electromagnetic instrument that sends signals can be boosted. So what I'm recommending is limiters on every single cell phone tower in the United States. Absolute solenoid systems that will shut down, and this will be part of a retrofit to deal with an EMP, electromagnetic pulse. That's a simple plan. Because right now, these cell phone towers are veritably dangerous with the conduit being that large. It doesn't take more than a small amount of electricity to send cell phone signals from Seattle to San Diego. You can send 50,000 cell phone signals with the amount of energy a small microwave takes up. So the conduit they're putting in all these big, huge 4G network cell phone towers is way beyond what's needed. Way beyond. So there's something wrong with this figure. It's actually not the number of wires inside the conduit. These are solid wires with thickness this big. They're not strands. Yeah. They're circular copper wires this big. They're not strands. I don't need to look it up. No, they're not. I've seen the videos. I've actually seen the industrial footage AT&T delivered. I can't get a copy of it. It was something I saw in an AT&T cell phone store one day. It was playing on a loop. I stood there and watched it. They're literally rolling in solid copper this thick in those lines. They're not strands. ATPBot has a story here. Incoming HASC chairman to oppose creating a separate military branch for space. You know, I'm sorry to say, but we already have a separate military branch for space. It was developed in 1946 under Truman. Trump's idea of a space force is absurd. But if this guy wants to oppose it, go right ahead. We still have a secret space program that's been going on for about 60 years. More than that, 70 years. Representative Adam Smith, Democrat from Washington, says we will have a conversation with our committee about the best way to place a greater emphasis on space. What? The problem with these Democrats, they all think they won because somehow they've got good ideas. They all think they won the House because people like their ideas. No, people just can't stand Trump. So you're going to get a lot of Democrats misreading this recent election, thinking that our big directive now, the mandate they're going to have is, oh, we have to have amnesty now, or better health care laws. Oh, yeah. And then you got Nancy Pelosi running that joke of a Congress. What a joke. No, we don't. We don't need separate branches of military competing for the same resources. There is a proposal on the books right now to actually limit the number of suppliers for various things that every military personnel need, like bulletproof vests. A simple thing would be, who makes camo, right? Thank you. If we make camo gear for our Marines, it should match our Navy, it should match our Air Force. We don't need different providers for camo. Well, a guy did a study and found out that if we just consolidated our suppliers for camouflage gear, we'd save $14 billion. It's huge. Over the lifetime of the camo gear that we'd be buying. Yeah, lobbying can be abused. We're not going to be able to outlaw lobbying, but I can pull the plug on lobbying if we push for a flat tax. A flat tax with a starting taxation at $50,000, anything below $50,000 would not be taxed. A flat tax would actually eliminate the area where people get a lot of work done from lobbyist perspectives. They use tax deductions and tax credits to offer their clients a chance to rig taxes in favor of their clients. So it kind of pulls their plug of power. Yeah. It's a good way to actually limit the power of lobbyists is to put together a flat tax plan. But again, that's my idea. It's not Trump's. Trump had copied our idea a couple weeks ago and said that he was coming up with a 10% tax. And somebody said, well, who are you getting this from? Oh, Paul Ryan. Paul Ryan's office was asked, are you coming up with a 10% tax? No, they never heard about it. So our flat tax idea has been out there for a while. The inherent problem with our existing system is the two parties rely on people like Brett Kavanaugh. In 2011, he ruled that the foreign governments could fund American super PACs, meaning Russia has been able to fund the Republicans. And the Democrats have been getting money from Republicans as well. Even Mitch McConnell has used Russian money from super PACs to fund his reelection. So this is really a really important message that kind of sums up the corruption in our government right now. They're getting foreign money to get these people in office. So no wonder we've got contamination in our election with Russia and countless other nations. Just making sure I have everything in my lineup all set to go. Yeah, I do. Jungle Snake music.
But this is my roommate's flute here, and we got it from Brazil. So I was messing around with it earlier, and I come up with a sound that sounds just like it's from a movie. Like if you're out in the jungle and you had a snake come at you.
Okay, thank you for that submission. That was nice. Okay. Yeah, I have to go through links constantly. This is a good one. You'll like this. You'd think we'd think of this in America, but the Chinese are already way ahead of us. They've got a waste problem, with 1.3 billion people there. But China is rearing billions of cockroaches to consume waste and cure illness. Yes. Okay, every day the bugs are fed with kitchen waste equivalent to the weight of several adult elephants. The waste is fed through pipes to concrete cells. The cockroaches are also a good source of protein for livestock. One company has already invested $140,000 to raise cockroaches for pig farms, fisheries, and Chinese medicine. Another is rearing 6 billion cockroaches for traditional medicine. Could the billions of cockroaches ever escape? Oh my gosh, look at that. One manager says that it would be worthy of a disaster movie. Yeah. Well, Montana man pleads guilty to killing people and putting their bodies in acid. Really? Oh, this is... Yeah, we're going to have to go back to the Wisconsin man who boiled the acid. Yeah. You give the cockroaches boric acid. That gets rid of them, doesn't it? Yeah. Good for you. Sounds brilliant, really. After all, cockroaches seem to be the only species that will survive the nuclear holocaust that's destined for mankind. Ha ha! Plum Island had lots of cockroaches, really? We should harvest these cockroaches. You know who we need to get for the cockroach harvesting is Tony Montana, If anybody knows how to handle cockroaches, it's Tony Montana. Okay? Oh yes, they can. They can handle a nuclear war more than we can. Haven't you ever met a cockroach in your life? I mean, seriously. Somebody you could call a cockroach? I have. A few of them. We, the cockroaches of the United States of America. I know, Sarah's waiting for me in the tub with candles. I feel like jumping in there. But, I think that would be a mistake because I'd have to wear my Speedos. Okay, we'll go to the story. Here we go. Stabbing 2 people to death, including a teen girl, and dismembering their bodies and throwing them in acid. trying to dissolve in tubs filled with acid in the basement of a home. Standing Rock's plea was part of a deal with prosecutors who will recommend that the 26-year-old be sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole. Are you serious? This is ridiculous. Liberal courts in Montana? They're going to cut him a deal, and he basically boiled 2 girls in acid? I'm sorry. That's ridiculous. Life sentence with possibility of parole. Can you believe that? Well, no, I haven't really gotten to second base yet with Sarah. We're working on, getting to that point. We've been through the holding hands period. Well, I mean, we've only been together for a mere 20 years. Weekend, Daft Punk. Okay, I'll play that later. I like to take things slow because Speedos cover my private parts. I didn't want to reveal those. Well, it takes a slow hand. And I can tell you, I got a very slow hand. When you ask a woman for her hand, you must ask her kindly, may I hold your hand? Well, I'm a bit large for Speedos too, but that's what makes it more difficult. Buried them cockroaches. Okay. I think we did the cockroach story. I'm glad that's over. Trump's next chief of staff called him a terrible human being just before he was elected president. Oh, this is ridiculous. Look at this. I mean, this is a marriage born in hell. I don't know why Trump didn't just call me. I would have been his chief of staff. Mulvaney left his House seat the next year to serve Trump as both director of the Office of Management and Budget and acting director of Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. So he had called him a terrible human being. Wow. And now he's going to be his chief of staff. How is this going to be any better than John Kelly, who called the president an idiot, according to NBC? Undisclosed sources. Well, you like that hard Daft Punk, huh? We discovered some really rare photographs of George Harrison. Yeah, Patty Boyd was bringing up rare pictures of George Harrison when he was with the Maharishi, and the Beatles were visiting the Maharishi a long, long time ago. We'll bring those to you tonight in our show. So one person is attacking Trump's fence, which clearly is just a fence. And let's not forget that Trump said he's a builder.
We will build the wall. We've already started planning. It will be built. We will build the wall. We need it. We need it. We have to stop the drugs from flowing in. You know, people don't realize we're already spending a lot of money on design, but I'll give you an idea that nobody has heard about yet. And I'm not sure, but I'm a builder. That's what I love to do. That's probably what I do best. I'm a builder.
He's never ever lifted a finger to build anything. Look at those hands, too. You got to admit they are unnaturally small. I know. We brought some pretty powerful stuff to the show last night. One of the guys that was in a comedian that was in Celebrity Apprentice spoke out in one of his comedy acts. His name is Noel Castor, and let me play some of the video of his cast where he talked about Trump. What have I built? Are you kidding me? I built 2 yurts and a large shed. Oh, I'm very capable.
Your next comedian coming to the stage. Very funny, guys. So excited to have him on the show. Give it up for Noel Casler.
Yeah, that's like giving Jeffrey Dahmer a cooking show. These guys know what I'm talking about, don't you? Yeah, exactly. Well, I work in live television. I've done that for the last 20 years. I work in TV production in the talent departments, taking care of all the performers. It's kind of like herding cats, if cats had publicists and massive egos. I did 6 seasons of the Celebrity Apprentice finale. Oh, yeah, you can see where this is going. My job was taking care of the Trump family, too. Yeah, Don Jr., Omarosa, Melania. It was like a freaking Mensa meeting every day. I worked on a bunch of those beauty pageants he had in the 90s, too. That was a good idea. Miss Teen Universe? Yeah, that's like giving Jeffrey Dahmer a cooking show. Yeah, you got that one. It took a minute, but yeah. He would line up the girls on the side of the stage and he would inspect them, literally. He'd stick his little freaking doll fingers in their mouth and look at their teeth. Not even kidding. This is true. He'd line them up like they were pieces of meat. He'd be like, you, and you. If you want to win, I'm in the penthouse suite. Come and see me. Yep. If Trump had a cooking show, they'd call it the douchebag diet. McDonald's, chocolate ice cream, and girls that look like Ivanka are all he ever eats.
Whoa, did you hear that? This guy really claims that Trump, I mean, he's on record claiming Trump molested girls in the Teen USA plan. He's on record claiming a lot of things. He went on to talk about other things that I'm not going to dare share with you right now because it alludes to drug use and Trump. And I don't want to go there because I know a lot of you Trump-tards believe strongly that Trump would never do drugs, and he's certainly he's against alcohol too. That guy was a comedian, yeah, but not many people laugh at that stuff. Yeah, it's just not likely. I mean, it's damning. Don't get me wrong, but I mean, he's a comedian, so you got to take everything he says with a grain of salt. What are you kidding? What are you kidding? I'll tell you, I got no respect. Why am I looking at a tree? You got a reason why you're sending me a picture of a tree, Robuscules? You think he's going to die soon, that guy? He might, yeah. I mean, he came out saying exactly what Carrie Fisher said, that she was a coke addict and she knew that Donald Trump was doing the same thing. And then 1.5 months later, she's dead. That must be a magic figure. It must be like the 45-day death count. 45 days till termination. Because not only she died, but he died 45 days afterward, but also the legendary comedian Joan Rivers died 45 days. My yurt was fantastic. I built a yurt and we rebuilt the yurt. We built 2 yurts, ostensibly. He'll be banned a long time. That was bad. Sarah was so unhappy tonight, and that's just unforgivable. When somebody comes in and attacks Sarah, I mean, it's her job. She doesn't even need to do this. She wouldn't even come in here if it wasn't for me. Oh yeah, True Blue. I'm sure you've seen this video, haven't you? Well, I did promise I wasn't going to play it anymore, but I'll play it for you anyway.
The United States will see the first gay. And do you think that the country will see the United States will see the first gay president or the first woman president?
We already have it with Obama, so let's just calm down.
Got it.
You know Michelle is a trans.
I'm sorry, she's a what?
A transgender. We all know.
Oh my gosh.
We interrupt this broadcast to bring you an important announcement. We are going to outline for you exactly what we're referring to here. This is the money shot right here. So, yeah, this appeared on Ellen DeGeneres a few years back. Right there. There's the maximum outline. If you haven't seen this, no, she doesn't have a wireless. City Critter, please. We know you're slow mode, okay? How many times have we had this conversation? Jeez. I blew her secret username. God. Anyway, let's draw you a picture here. In deference to the outline here, this is not a. Yeah, this is right there. There's an outline, and right there, there's a spherical object of some sort. Now, I've checked every single wireless mic on the market, and the top of the line wireless mics do not look like that. Right. In fact, when analyzing the microphone object that would be down by her genitalia, if indeed it fell down for some reason, would be rectangular, not cylindrical. So this wireless mic could not possibly have been in and around her genitals. There's no way, because it has two unique cylindrical shapes. Need I say more? Thank you. Now back to you in the studio audience. I can't go to Tacoma. I need a security force to travel anywhere. I can't. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. You realize that I can't even leave my house without concern over death threats. Yeah, I'm not going to waste the valuable time I put into this running down to Tacoma and getting arrested for approaching Michelle Obama on the stage saying, "Do you have a dick? Excuse me, Michelle, do you have a penis?" Come on. Yeah, I do need Secret Service. But what can you do, you know? Well, that's been exciting. I'm glad we did that. I feel so much better now. We've got a big video tonight. CNN story about Robert Mueller slamming Michael Flynn for lying to the FBI. I'm going to play that on our regular show. Yeah, Mueller is upset that Flynn, now that he got no sentencing, Flynn's out there making statements about Mueller and the whole process.
The special counsel team also emphasizing that before meeting with the FBI agents, Flynn had already been lying about his conversations with the Russian ambassador for weeks. Lying to the Washington Post, lying to Vice President Pence, lying to Chief of Staff Priebus, lying to Press Secretary Spicer. He was, quote, committed to his false story. CNN's Pamela Brown joins me now. And Pamela
Brown is going to join him, and I'm sure everyone wants to hear Pamela Brown, so she'll be bringing you her take on this story. What is just beyond the realm of reality? $75,000 an hour for security? It's required because I have death threats. Look, I named my price. I'm not going anywhere without security. Are you kidding me? I have over 1,000 death threats. I have more death threats than the average American politician. Well, I know many of you wanted to talk about Barack Obama's homosexuality. Many of us are waiting for Barack Obama to come out of the closet. Well, make no mistake about it. He almost did it when he wrote a book about loving his professor. Obama has a dying, or not, I'm going to say a desire to reveal his secret love of men. Well, make no mistake about it. Yeah, his thing is that he's more than willing to talk about it, but he won't talk about it publicly. That's the thing. So Larry Sinclair, who did want to expose Barack Obama many years ago, actually brought this to our attention. Larry talked about having sex with Barack Obama in a limousine, and Barack Obama never, ever sued him for defamation of character. Fascinating, huh? You'd think he would have, but he didn't. That's an indication right there that maybe Larry Sinclair was speaking the truth. You think? Well, here's his testimony, Larry Sinclair. I have over an hour of his testimony, but about his gay love affair with Barack Obama. He did a press conference. It cost him like $6,000 to do this.
Good afternoon. My name is Montgomery Blair Sibley. I'm the attorney for Larry Sinclair, and I just want to give you an overview of how we're going to proceed this afternoon. First, the National Press Club rents space. They do not condone or endorse the views of the people who rent the space. And we've been overwhelmed with people criticizing the National Press Club, and we just want to make it clear, Larry is here because he rented this room, and as a result, he's allowed to get up and say what he wants to say. The National Press Club has nothing to do with that. Mr. Sinclair is going to make a brief statement. You will be provided copies of that statement once he's done. And after that statement, he will entertain any reasonable questions and try to answer them. The procedure for doing that will be this microphone, because we're being recorded and we want to make sure your questions
Senator
are
Obama
recorded.
exited the limousine with $250, which was provided to him by me. Returned a short while later with an 8-ball of cocaine, which he gave to me. I did ingest a couple of lines of cocaine, and shortly thereafter, Senator Obama produced a glass cylinder pipe and packet of crack cocaine from his pocket. Obama then smoked the crack cocaine. I performed fellatio on Senator Obama in the limousine during the time Senator Obama was smoking crack cocaine, after which I had the driver take me to my hotel, the Comfort Suites, Gurnee, Illinois.
Okay. Larry Sinclair came out of the closet literally to talk about his gayness and talking about his relationship with a homosexual Barack Obama. So why should we let Barack Obama get off with being gay with Reggie Love in the Oval Office for 3 years? Lying to the American people about being straight and being Christian when he never even served a church after he left Reverend Wright's Church of the Down Low Club, the Trinity United Church of Chicago. Yeah. He never required a new church, so you know he's Muslim. You know he was born in Kenya because the birth certificate he presented was completely fake, yet we've never prosecuted him. What's going on here? Why did Donald Trump drop the ball on that? Why did he drop the ball on prosecuting Hillary Clinton? Because Donald Trump is owned by the deep state. That's why. You people in the Republican Party thought it would be easy for you to challenge the deep state by simply globbing on to some guy that hijacked the Republican Party named Donald Trump. Seriously, you actually thought it'd be that easy to go after the deep state? Boy, you people are really naive, you Republicans. You're so naive, you probably would let Sasha Cohen, come over for a blowjob. I would like you to see the man who was in the Oval Office with Barack Obama for 3 years, privately, secretly, with closed doors, openly talking about his relationship with Obama. A man who did some alleged porn, gay porn, a man by the name of Reggie Love. Now, he left the office of the White House right after he was exposed. But he did mention that he was with Barack Obama during the alleged attack on Abbottabad, where they allegedly killed Osama bin Laden. Reggie Love on Barack Obama during Osama bin Laden.
Most people were like down in the Situation Room, but he was like, I'm not going to be down there. I can't watch this entire thing. And so he, myself, Pete Souza, the White House photographer, Marvin, we must have played 15 games of spades.
15 games of spades? I don't know, man. That's pretty intense. Well, isn't it funny how they are the ones that can say spades, but we can't? Isn't that funny? I don't think one white person said the words, spades in years. But then Reggie Love just said, we played spades during the Osama bin Laden attack. I'm not sure if you have any idea what you're dealing with. Trump is a guy who is in power right now, much like cement is in your backyard's patio. Okay? Yeah, I mean, I get a kick out of these Democrats that think they're going to actually get an impeachment hearing brought up against Trump over election fraud due to paying off hush money to a woman who had sex with him for one night. I mean, I'm not going to stand by and defend Trump, but in deference to him, I mean, come on, that's all you got? Seriously? Mueller has spent $25 million on this investigation, and all we've got is some supposed Stormy Daniels payoff money? I mean, come on. I don't know what spades are other than cards. The ace of spades. It's a game of spades. Spades is a card game.
You gonna eat that? All right, guess who's back in the house?
I think I'll pass on that one. So if you want to hear the whole story about the former staffer of The Apprentice, current stand-up comedian speaking out about Trump, here's the link. Yeah, that's the guy who spoke out claiming that Trump was, addicted to Adderall. All right. This is from last night. Jackson came in our room and he showed us some really gnarly chemtrails over Wisconsin. Now this is heading straight into Illinois, right over Chicago. And he gave us his excellent GoPro camera view of what's above him in the skies. And it definitely is a chemical being dropped out there.
Hey David, what's up? Beautiful day here in Milwaukee. Oh, I take that back, David. Look what they're doing to us. They're trying to block the sun out, David. I busted them. This was all clear when I got here.
Wow, look at that.
All man-made shit here.
That's wild.
Probably a nice cocktail of lithium, barium, aluminum. Let's throw some magnesium in there.
Yeah, strontium, selenium.
Types of isotypes, speed up our demise here.
Busted.
It's very obvious, David.
Yeah.
That is an attempt to block the sun. There's
Look at
the sun
that.
right there. And I just saw him heading towards Madison. Where did he go? I can't keep up with these idiots. But Dave, that's what it's looking like. Another happy Chemtrail Thursday to you, and we will talk soon. Hey guys, I'm back. This is like 30 minutes later from my previous video. Look at how frickin' hazy it is.
Wow.
I can't even look at the sun with my eyes.
Yeah.
It's like reflecting off a mirror.
It's
frickin'
weird.
Crazy.
It's intense.
But
Look
they
at
sprayed
that.
the piss out of us. Now we got this beautiful haze over us.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll go home and tan. Not too bad for December 13th. About 40 some degrees out. Alright, I gotta go. Hey, that's my final video. This is what the chemtrails turned into, David.
Yeah.
You see this fluttery?
They make a pillow like, it's like they billow out.
But they blanketed our whole area with that shit today.
Yeah.
Unfrickin' believable. How come nobody gives a fuck about this? That's what gets me.
I know.
You dumb fucking assholes, wake the fuck up.
Yeah, I hear you. Thank you, that was Jackson. Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking for that guy who just freaks out about the chemtrails that are like out in front of him. Looking for that video. Yeah. Then talk about the weather. Well, they're willing to spray us any time of the day. That's what they do. They'll even spray you on board a plane. Well, we're all dealing with it. Scissorfight showed an incredible close-up with his Nikon camera of a massive chemtrail over Orange County, California about 4 days ago. He had that video that he played. We played that for you. It's pretty intense to see them use aerosols above your head, then claim it's you causing global climate change. We're being played, people. Yeah, if they don't care what we see them during the day, imagine what they're doing during the night. Good point, because they can fly these planes without pilots. Joe, nobody cares about you and your girlfriend and bragging about your sex act. And we know you're not Joe. We know your name is Rodney. Yeah, it's one of your names you come in here with. You don't think I know that? Turn your webcam off, please. Your two little dogs are barking in the back, the picture in the back. Unbelievable. Jim Leahy, Trailer Park Boys tribute video. Really? That sounds like a fun thing, because Jim Leahy was a guy who never drank, but he was seen as a drunk on the show, but he ended up having a heart attack instead. Get a hobby. I know, Joe. Well, not everybody thinks I'm a real person. You know, some people think I'm part of an artificial intelligence program designed by NASA. They think I am somehow a CGI, capable of artificial intelligence, and the ultimate intelligence source is your camera. Okay.
The evil that men do lives after them.
Yeah.
The good is oft interred with their bones. Hi, my name is John Dunsworth. I like to play with cement and rocks.
Wow.
I have no idea why. I think it might have something to do with the fact that I'd like to leave a legacy. Maybe a little after I'm gone and people say, hey, who made that? There I am, still alive. Maybe that's it. Maybe it's because I want to get in shape. I lost 20 pounds this summer doing stone work, so I feel physically able. I'm 66 years old, and I hope I have a couple more years.
Wow. Jim Leahy passed away right after this video was made. Wow. Well, there's an interesting little bit of insight there. Yeah, I'm going to play that video for you in its entirety, of course, tonight. But he died of pneumonia. It was not heart disease. I'll be darned. But he lost 20 pounds before he died. Sarah Dunsworth is part of the show. Thank you, City Critter. Okay. The lovely Sarah Dunsworth is in the show. She plays a role in the trailer. She's married to Nickerson. These are just people that decided to do videos with their cameras and do production quality videos that people like, and gradually it became a kind of a trend. They represent middle America, or I should say middle Canada. The low end of Canada, the trailer park people. I think it's a good show. I'm glad that we have the opportunity to play it. Okay, the U.S. budget deficit has grown at its fastest pace since 2012. Now, Barack Obama was literally blowing out double to triple what George W. Bush was spending. And now Trump is on the same pace, if not more. The U.S. government's debt is surging at its fastest pace since 2012. It's swelled by the size of Brazil's economy, 1.9 billion. That's roughly the size of Brazil's gross domestic product. Yeah. As of Monday, the national debt stood at a record $21.9 trillion. The borrowing is needed to cover a budget deficit that expanded by an estimated $779 billion in Trump's first fiscal year as president. By the end of his first fiscal term, the debt is expected to rise by $4.4 trillion. This is despite historically low unemployment and robust growth. Correction. I don't believe we've got historically low unemployment. I think it's a false statistic. Well, whatever Obama did, he spent too much. Whatever Bush is doing, or whatever Trump is doing, he's spending almost double what Obama did. So I've got a clear problem here. Every president is upping the expenditures of the government, not downsizing the government. We just had a power surge. My backup battery kicked in. We might lose you tonight. We're having high winds, but it should be ending in about 3 minutes, so hopefully we'll be okay. Yes. Yemen Sanaa airport to reopen. Yes. I just don't understand why Bernie and the Senate are trying to stop having a relationship with Saudi Arabia over Yemen. I don't think that that's the position our country should take. So now Yemen's Sinai airport is to reopen. Vital port city Hodeidah is still contested. So, yeah, I just don't think we need to take sides at this point, either Yemen or Saudi Arabia, but we don't need to hate on Saudi Arabia over this whole thing. I think Bernie Sanders is a detriment to our foreign policy. I clicked on it. Yeah, I just clicked on it. Yeah. I'm sorry, I don't have a phone in here. I'm sorry, I don't have a phone. I'm sorry, I don't have a phone. Beep, beep. My program is slowing down. Swedish Parliament says no to Stephen Löfven as new Prime Minister as deadlock goes on. Ja, det var det här det hörde här. The Swedish Parliament voted as expected on Friday against giving Social Democrat Stephen Löfven the centre-led coalition a second term in office there. September's general election produced a hung parliament. Well, at least they're not well hung. Okay. Hey, it's been great talking to you about how far down we're going and declining as a nation. And I really appreciate your viewership because, frankly, I'm the only way out. Yeah. If anyone had a clear idea of how to be fiscally conservative and able to start up new production cycles, it would be me. I live on less than $10 a day myself, so it's not that big of a deal. I could teach the government to live on less than $1 billion a day. Yeah. Well, our budget is well over $2 trillion. That's an exaggeration, but $2 trillion a year to run a country like ours is ridiculous. We could shave a lot off the military, but if we do offer $400 to U.S. citizens per month, we will be looking at a major chunk of cash, about $500 billion a year, if the program works the way I want it to work. Welfare will begin to be phased out over time, and we'll be able to cut back all the food stamps we're giving illegal aliens, because Trump is giving food stamps to illegal aliens, which is a clear signature saying to the illegals, come on in, get some free food, free EBT cards, everyone. Yeah. Joe, you got obvious problems. I'm sorry, did I call you Joe? I meant Rodney. Yeah. Gunter and I are having problems right now. We're not exactly best of friends. All I can tell you is Obama spent a heck of a lot of money, and Trump is spending more than Obama spent. And I even thought George W. Bush was spending too much, and he's small compared to Trump and Obama. We get a lot of links here. That's why we get a lot of bad news stories. It's not my fault there's bad news in the news, okay? Well, deportations under Trump still lower than Obama. Yeah. Well, Trump doesn't know what to do with them. He's putting them in holding areas. Because of his zero tolerance plan, less deportations, more holding areas. I spend next to nothing, I know. It's amazing. And I still live and breathe and eat and sleep and use my facilities just like anybody else. So you're going to start being, I'm going to be minister of not caring at all. Gunter has decided he doesn't care anymore. Good for you. You've detached from your care. The minister of apathy. That would be pretty funny. The apathy department. I'm sorry, no one's here. Everyone's too tired of everything to answer the questions that you have. They're too apathetic. We have been essentially brainwashed into being apathetic. If you're wondering why you've been brainwashed, it's because it has been a plan all along to make you feel like you're happy and satisfied with your choice of left versus right. But in fact, you don't have any choice. You're simply walking the walk toward your destiny. Hey, thanks for coming in, everybody. Take care. Yeah, I'm going to sign off, but this has been a wonderful show. And we will get back to you tomorrow with our anti-war rally starting at 5 p.m. Yes, and don't forget, we have a wonderful site called Cool Rock. You can watch our show there.
In a world where bass rules the planet and its inhabitants worship sound, two superpowers collide.
We bring you a nightly soundscape of incredible music. Join us at coolrock.com and watch Virtual Chat, great music, and interactive news.